ya mwisho anakuja kuomba pesa hapa kama maskini, alafu unatoibisha sisi kubafu ya mtu. Tutawaonyesha. Na by the way, tokezeni ukiwa una uchungu ya nchi yako. Hakuna mtu tunalipa kuja nane ndio wajue sisi na okay. My other point ilikuwa tutafuteni hiyo t-shirt kama yenye Mwangi anavaa. You raise our money that way to print t-shirt ya Kenya, hiyo bendera ya Kenya, hiyo iko na red, black and green. Tutafuteni hiyo t-shirt sasa, mwenye ako kwetu tunamjua. Let's everybody wear that t-shirt. Ikue ndio our uniform. Sasa kama mnaenda kwa maandamano, wacha tuvae hiyo t-shirt. Tunaogopa nini? Hakuna makosa umekosea kuvaa bendera ya Kenya. Tupeperusha bendera ya Kenya, being proud of being Kenyans. Na sisi ndio tunataka kuenanga hao watu. Tuvae hizo t-shirt. Can you guys organize to figure a way yenye tutaprint hizo t-shirt? Wenye tutapatia hiyo nini, tunataka watu wengi wavae hiyo t-shirt. Ndio tujue ni akina nani wako kwetu, ni akina nani wako kwa side yetu. Sasa kama wakati wanakuwa nakuja watu wako Bungoma, wako Meru, wako Taita, wenye wanaenda kwa kituo ya mbasi, tunajua ni akina nani tunalipia mbasi wanaingia. Is it something that we can do? I am just listening up. But makanisani I will do, mimi nitafanya kazi yangu kivyangu because najua hao watu sababu ni my classmates. Ni my schoolmates. There are only a few seminary schools in Kenya. Na kanisa ya Katoliki naijua na ielewa vizuri sana. Nimezaliwa kule, nimelelewa kule. And we are going to finish this one once and for all. Tutaifix. Because hiyo ni kanisa ya Mungu. Sio kanisa ya mtu. Nobody holds that church. Ndio manake, we don't give nobody a platform ya kuja kupiga siasa. Kanisani, we don't give nobody a platform. Tunaenda kusema unaenda kule kuongea na Mungu. Mambo yingine, anything outside there, my friend, utarudi nyumbani ukiwa kiwete. Ama utakuwa ululi umekufa. Nikuambia ukweli. Yeah, I'm telling you that. Kama unasikiza hapa na wewe ni mtu wa serikali, ujue hivyo. Tutakupiga vita ya Daudi. Na kuambia ukweli. Wewe kuja kule utajua tutakupiga vita ya Daudi. Ukikuja kanisani kufanya siasa. Asanteni.
Joy, unaweza nipatia 30 seconds please.
Okay, no worries, go ahead.
So, history ya kanisa, that's how we got colonized. That's how Africans got colonized in the first place. So 100%. Na huyu ndio jamaa Ruto ametumia kuingia. Hiyo number 1. Number 2, KOT aliongea story ya do kutumiwa pesa kwa account yako. Even if we were to build a movement, kutumiwa do, if we were to register a movement and then open an account, then kutumiwa do, then you still become a target. The one thing I can think of we have to use, I can think we can use cryptocurrency. Like cryptocurrency, haiwezi trackiwa to somebody specific. So we can think about it. You're number 1. Number 2, history ya 88 wase hii ni long game. Even if we fail or it doesn't go the way we want it to go, please let's appreciate hii kitu tunafanya ni long game. Do not lose hope. We cannot lose hope. Hii ni long game. So we panga hii kitu, isipotokea we learn from our mistakes and we move on. Third point, watu wa diaspora mko wengi hapa hivi. Juu hapa kama mimi niko US, hapa ni usiku. Watu wa diaspora mko wengi. Can we organize to start and maybe on we can have our private phones because each space sometimes makarao wanasikiza whatever. Ama ile kuna mtu alisema Telegram. We start organizing as a small group. Hii kitu nani amesema hapa extrovert Lucy. Hii kitu lazima ikuwe grassroots. It's a must. That's the only way you can succeed and be organic. Grassroots. Now, part of when you go diaspora, we have to build a grassroots movement from diaspora. Thank you.
Yeah, Mkenya, can you DM me? Mkenya, DM tafadhali.
Sawa.
Can I go? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you for this opportunity. Nico Diaspora, LA. Now, let me start by saying thank you so much, KOT, for giving us this space or creating this space and Joy for helping. We appreciate you guys. Sina mengi ya kusema, like I'm very disappointed. Hata sijui nianzie wapi. Na the fact that we are so far, like tuna follow, na we're willing to support you guys. The best we can do is support financially. Hivyo tu hao watu wako na do wananunua watu wanalipa magoons and stuff. Watu wenye wako diaspora, tafadhali, let's support these guys financially. Juu mnajua at the end of the day, kaa kuna finances, there's so many things that can be achieved. And that's the best way we can help this movement. So tutaendelea kuwa support. I've been following, I've been listening, nimesikia a lot of discussion, all kind of discussion. And one thing I'll say, today I'm very, like I feel motivated and I feel happy. Juleo, we're not here like just, ranting. Ama kukasirika na like someone said, we know what they have done. We don't need to talk about what they have done. Kila mtu anajua, we know what they have done. So hearing you guys trying to figure out way forward, what do we need to do? And that's the big question. Wameshatufanyia vile wametufanyia. Obviously Ruto aim yake ni to silence us. Na we're not gonna be silenced. So listening to you guys today, trying to look for solution, was very, very, very motivating. You actually lifted my spirit. Na, sijaongea for a minute. The last few days I was just listening. Na, I'm happy to hear you guys look for solutions. What do we need to do? All I can say, I'm willing to support KOT. Go ahead, or you guys go ahead and plan whatever you see possible. Just let us know. We'll support financially. Tuko na pesa. Wanaona kawa kona do, hata si tuko na pesa. If you think about it, diaspora, pesa zenye tunatumaga huko, wanafurahia, wanacheka. Tuko na hizo do. Si sio maskini. So tutawapeleka mbio kweli. Hata si na zetu, they are not stolen money. It's our hard earned money. So tutawapeleka kweli na hizo pesa pia sisi. Kwa hivyo jipageni, tuwaambieni vile mnataka kufanya. There's so many people who have good ideas. Hata kama wako diaspora ama wako wapi. Let's keep bringing our ideas together until we get to where we need to go. It's not going to be easy. Na nyi wote mnajua hivyo na mmeona. And the sad part, the sacrifice is just, it's a big sacrifice inafanyika. So, hang on there. Don't give up. Msiogope. Pesa tuko nazo. Let's keep pushing. Msiwe na wasiwasi. Otherwise, asante sana.
Kabisa.
Thank you, Believer.
Kabisa,
We
kabisa.
got this. So, how do we coordinate that, by the way? Watu wa diaspora?
Kwa hivyo, kuna mtu ameongea about like starting a group or something. Personally nimekuwa nikiona kani hizi spaces na watu wenye wako na hizo following na everything. I think people need to come together so that like come na hold spaces, si ati kuna sijui space ya na hii inaendelea. You guys can come together and hold like one space so that we're all in one page, except Kibe, I guess. But
yeah, or maybe
let's join together, mwe like mjaribu kuorganize vitu pamoja. Na kama mwenye amesuggest organizing a group ya diaspora, I think we should start something so that hata kama tuna participate kwa hizi spaces zenyu, pia tunaweza kuwa na group yenye tunaweza kuwa tukiongea on the diaspora side, na tunajaribu figure out, okay, how do we help so that to in a kind of structure kidogo, it doesn't have to be readers or anything, but I think tuna need some structure so that to figure out how to take down Ruto. But at the end of the day, lazima vitu change. Things have to change in Kenya. I can tell you that. I've said this before, na nitasema tena leo. Personally, I'm tired of paying black tax in Kenya. Black tax, I mean, kusupport family, sijui nani mgonjwa, sijui nani ananid pesa za shule. Saizi, I have 3 nephews nalipia uni, and I can tell you, like, if I wasn't there, or if I was not where I am right now, working my ass off, our watoto wangesoma na ni watoto wa smart. And the parents they're able, but 100,000 sijui with accommodation analipiwa 5,000 per month, and I need 6,000 za kukula per month. Mwalimu wa primary school atalipaje hizo do? So I have my own motivation, because I feel like if things were better in Kenya, those people will be able to take care of themselves. And before I go, I'll tell you guys something. Personally, nimekuwa victim ya hiyo story ya Ruto anasema ati watu watafute passport, sijui waende wapi. I have a nephew that got to Europe 2 months ago. Mtoto actually alikuwa graduate this August, civil engineering, right? Na before alikuwa NYS, so ikakuwa kuna hiyo chance ati kama umekuwa NYS ati Ruto ametafutia watu kazi nini, and he talked to me. Na mimi nilikuwa nimekataa, because when I looked at the contract yenye walipewa, it's plain slavery. Unaona, mtu amefanya civil engineering, saizi anafanya kazi in a farm in Europe, wanalipwa 10 pounds per hour, and they're working 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Watu wenye wako majuu, they know ka huku America, if you work more than 40 hours, you get paid time and a half, so you get overtime. Those people are not getting overtime, ni kutumiwa straight up. Now I'll tell you, I paid for him because alinisikizia kaniambia, this is the only chance I have. We went back and forth for a minute, but I eventually sponsored him. But I'll tell you this, he needed 250,000 kuingia hiyo ndege. Hata kana anatafutia watu kazi, watoto wapi 250,000? What parents wanaanza kuuza mashamba so that I had a contract here 6 months kutumiwa. So guys, we have a long way to go, but it's possible. Now we can do it. We can do it. Again, you guys organize over there. Watu wa diaspora wengi nimeongea nao, they're willing to help, they're willing to support financially. That's the only way we can help. Kwa hivyo, organize yourself, pesa tuko nazo. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Mwok, you've been here for a while.
Okay, hello you guys. So I've been listening to the discussion for quite a while now. I'm not opposed to the mchanga and everything, but I tend to feel like everyone should be willing to do this on their own. Because now, if you are going to pay somebody who is feeling the urge to come to Nairobi and is having the capability to come to Nairobi, then there's no different between them and the paid goons. That's my part of the nini. So come to think of it, if you don't see a reason enough, a while back our president told us that he runs cabinet from his phone. I don't know if anybody remembers. So when the same guy who was running cabinet from his phone now tells us he fired the cabinet, then the same guy who was running through his phone, he rehires them, then you find no reason to be mad about that. And you still need to be motivated or to be told to go strike or go demonstrate or blah 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 blah, then that's something very, very weird coming out of us, guys. So, a better way of using this money, guys, there are brains out here. The streets, we've tried them, results have come out, but we need to be changing strategy. We are dealing with very fine people. I stole 20 billion. Let's say I'm a politician, I stole 20 billion. You are there fighting for your rights with nothing. I use my 2 million to go pay some few 10,000 people who doesn't understand anything to come beat you. Do you think those guys will resist? Because he has the money. We don't have them. So the little we have, can we project them to a specific thing that can help? Like cyber attacks, anything. There are days here. Let's make a bidding. Let's say who can take down which system. Let's make a bidding on that. That can be more effective. Kwenda kwa street ya iko effective, let's get the guys who can be on the street. But meanwhile, hiyo time hao mapolisi, hiyo concentration yote iko kwa strike. Can we get something that is killing them from behind? That's my take. If anybody has an idea how we can channel that, then we need to be making things privately. We can't be planning to attack somebody then you anika for them outside. We are here in space, we are with the NIS. Namaliza kunini kuongea kwa space, next unatafutwa. So let's have some private group. There's a guy calling who was saying about coordination. Let's have coordinators wakwe kwa ground, wakwe na trusted people kwa ground. This is the information we are passing, this is what is coming out. Hii post inafai kuwa na hii na this was the resolution of that coordination. Sisi huku kazi yetu ni kupitisha tu tuseme this was said, this was done. Then as also Senji talking about the Catholic Church. Mi niliacha kuenda 2020. I'm also a staunch member. 2020 was my last day in church. So it's so funny, sisi tumekaa huko ndani, we know everything that it reaches a point hadi priest alikuwa anasema amechoka na Colgate na viberiti kwa kanisa, waache kuleta hizo kama type. These guys even choose what to get as type. Mtu amesimama kwa altar anasema aletewe sausages. I feel no fridge, ataki I don't know smokies. They get to specific things. So these are the people we are dealing with. They are comfortable stealing, they are comfortable doing everything. So unataka kukaa hapo na bana na simu unawaendea. They are saying hamna time, mko na nini, mtapiga kelele mwishowe mtaenda. Kware si ndio imesahaulika, Shakahola si ndio imefuata, mlisahau. So they know the system. Watakuja hapo wazungushe, walete ODM, mpige kelele huko, mtoe akili Kware, tena kidogo kidogo tena seme ODM parliament imekataa, tena lete group ingine afiche fiche zingine, mtasahau hata mlikuwa mna fight for those who are killed. Imagine huyu mtalishutiwa, ingekuwa wewe ndio hiyo bullet ingepata. Yeye ndiye angekuwa sahi online anasema sijui ati ame lose hope, yeye anahitaji fair ndiye akuja kupigania. That is the situation we are in. Somebody is there lifeless, haizi jiongelelea. Wewe ndio the sound yenye unaweza muongelelea, because before mlikuwa mnaongea wote, sahi hayuko, wewe ndio uko. Then you still need fair to go continue talking on his behalf. Watu wanagongwa, wewe sahii unasema okay, let's go back to normal, bado utakufa kwa accident because mtu alikula pesa ya barabara yenye inafaa kuweka speed bump na inafaa kutengeneza barabara. How is that different from a gunshot? How is that different from abduction? Mtu alikula pesa ya hospitali, wewe umekuwa na malaria unaenda kwa kufa. Siri uende ugongwe na risasi ukipigania serikali kuliko kufa na malaria unateseka hospitali ati umepewa Panadol. So if you are not motivated enough for this, then Misa sijui how more motivated you can be. But hawa ni watu, they are not planning to stop any soon, bado wanaendelea from their plans, their workings, si mtako ready to stop any soon. So it's either you come out, form more strategies, we say we are smart, let's be smart. Si kila kitu lazima tuwatangazie huku. Yeah, let's have coordinations huko kwa ground, watasikiza huku kile wako. Hadi siku hizi kuna watu paid full time kukaa tu kwa spaces kusikia, hata kama uko na space ya watu watano watakuja tu kusikia. Unashindwa mzungu wako kwa space anasikiaje Kiswahili? That's all.
Thank you. Josephine?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, KOT, for hosting this space, and also Good evening to the people in the diaspora. I understand it's at night, maybe. Yeah, it's morning. Yeah. Thank you. Let me start with the church. I've just heard people speak about the church, and the truth is, I'm also a Catholic believer, and the truth is, I know the two sides of the church, and I've seen the two sides of the church, and I am also a beneficiary of the church. Personally, when church was meant to be a place where people would go and seek both refuge spiritually and physically. When everything was so hard you couldn't make it, the church would do that for you. Personally, I know the two sides of the church. A priest received my school fees for 4 years and ate all of the school fees, and another priest again took his time and took me back to school after hearing the story of what had happened from another priest. It was not his money, but the money was sent to him to take me to school. He ate the money, and at the same time another priest picked it up and now sponsored me and he took me to school. That's why I'm saying I am a beneficiary of the church. And right now, what I can say, I've not hesitated to talk the truth. And even my Bishop Martin Kivuva in Mombasa Diocese knows that I speak, and I speak the truth. I don't hide it. Because we are not going to keep quiet and see a rot happen in the church simply because we benefited from the church. I always stand up. We have few priests who are young, who have just come up, and their role is nothing else other than getting rich and spending the money, building their homes, building their families, while you sleep angry. I remember confronting one of them who was telling me, you see, Josephine, I am the poorest priest in this diocese. You see, Josephine, I need you to be contributing for me 500, maybe even if it's 500 every month. And I told him, excuse me, tell me, we have given you a house where you're staying. You have your personal car. You have a parish car. We are servicing this car and fueling this car. Personally, I am living in a rented house. I am paying my rent. I am walking to work. I am paying my bills. I am paying for water. I am paying for what I eat. Between me and you, who needs to help who? So many of the Christians are meant never to ask anything and to believe as fools. So we should not even blame the church. We need to blame ourselves because you know the truth. This is a person mumempatia nyumba, mumempatia kazi, mumempatia chakula kila siku, mwapeleka mazao na mnatoa sandaka na mnalipa madeni ya stima, maji, kila kitu, lakini yeye anaendelea kukwambia mletee, na wewe unalala njaa, hata you cannot afford to eat a piece of meat even for a month. Your children wanakula sukuma wiki, lakini unabeba tray ya mayai unapeleka kanisani. My friend, even God will judge you for that because you didn't use your mind. Mungu amekupatia akili ya kujua ukweli na ubaya, and you should not shy from telling the truth. Personally, I tell them the truth. Others wamejitokeza saa hizi, even the young priests, anaanza kukwambia this is my church. So you cannot do this in my church. The church doesn't belong to the priests. The church doesn't belong to the pastors. The church belongs to Christ. And you are the church. Because even if the structure remains there with no people, then it's just a go down like any other, where you can go and start fixing your own things there, doing your own business there, as long as there are no people going to worship there. So you are the church. And if you are the church, you are the person to make sure that everything you put it right. You see a wrong, you fix it. You see a mistake, you unasema ni fulani anafanya hivi. I've had even a priest telling people, usitoe sadaka ya 200. Excuse me. Utileta sadaka ya mfungo ya 200 kama umefunga 200 enda kwa kunywa soda. The question is, who told you even you are supposed to know what I fasted? Now, fasting is not supposed to be taken to the church. When you fast, you see a person who is needy, a person who is sick, a person when anahitaji. There is where you are supposed to give your fasting. You are not supposed to take a fasting in the church. In the first place, why? And the second, the Bible is very categorical and very clear. Once you fast, let your left hand never know what your right hand is doing. So can I say we are the problem because we entertain not even to question what is not Christianity, and we see it happening in the church and we feel ruined, and then we start hating the church. The church has no wrong. It's individuals, and we need to tell the individuals, not the church, not the entire multitude. We need to condemn it in the highest order at the highest levels. Let them know that we know what we are supposed to do, and we are equally believers the way they are believers. They are not special believers. It's only that they are ordained to be priests, to stand in the high place of the Lord, to offer sacrifice to God. Nothing else different from it. So kindly, let's approach it clearly without generalizing, because in between the bad people, we still have also the good people. The same thing applies to us even in these worlds. We have different focuses, but there are those who have a general focus and looking at it like we need to take this direction, all of us, for the goodness of us, all of us. There are others who are just here, but they are only talking because they also want to benefit in one way or the other. Actually, if they were taught somebody else to benefit without them benefiting, they will say it cannot happen. So we need to wake up to that and tell ourselves there is no supreme, there's not any human being who is supreme. We are all equal human beings, and we can make mistakes, but we can correct the mistakes as well, directing to individual areas where we see, not generalizing everybody, and talking it openly so that people can understand what we are trying to say. When it comes to coming together and looking at up together, I have heard somebody say, let people join hands apart from Kibe, and I was like, what is about, how about Kibe? Because one thing I'm saying is that when all of us said and done, whoever is not against us is for us. And I remember saying that yesterday evening, and I actually joined another platform which was organized by the Diaspora team actually, and they were hosting Mother Karua. They were questioning her, and I also got an opportunity to question her. And I asked her, what is her position? Is she committed to see to it that, because we've seen her track records, we've seen her resign as a cabinet secretary because she stood for the truth and she needed to work freely without being told this is what you're supposed to do, without being tossed here and there. And we can say she's one of the women leaders who have stand firm, and we've seen her stand for what she knows. And you see, she on her response, she said for her, she's even more than willing to stand with all of us, because we need to have one structure of a purpose where we can stand together, but everybody remain for what they believe in and where they stand. So can we start focusing on joining in strength? Because anyone who is not against us is for us. Can we stop discriminating each other for their own principles and their own reasons, as long as they are fighting the same cause we are fighting? Otherwise, when we are divided, then it's good for Ruto, because he knows we are divided, we cannot go anywhere. But when we are united, it's good for us all, because we know that we have a structure, we have made 7 different pillars, whereby if one pillar is going down, the other one is making us strong. And for that reason, we shall move together, and it shall be easy, because if only we divided 7 structures, whereby the 7 structures can be moving from one count to the other, and sensitizing the people in Mashinani. What are we saying? We prepare the Gen Zs in Mashinani, and the millennials in Mashinani, tayarisheni njia na sisi tunakuja kuwa backup, and we sensitize. Then eventually, when we are coming out, when we are going out there, we are going as one nation. Also, I've heard somebody say that we need to be waiting for a month and then we attack. We will be told eventually we are jokers, and we are people who have decided to ensure that the country is not in peace. If we need to attack, and we plan properly, and we decide we are fronting so and so, to go and negotiate on our behalf, to deliberate on this and that. But while they deliberate, tutakuwa pale Uhuru Park, tumejaa pale uwanjani, tumetulia, tunasifu Mungu na tunaimba nyimbo za uzalendo za taifa letu, tukiwangojea pale wanapo jadiliana, watuletee taarifa imesemekana nini kuhusu matatizo ambayo tulio nayo. I think that's a good way we can think about it. I'm not saying we adopt it, but I'm saying we can start thinking with focus without actually trying to spread ourselves all over, because once we need to be all over and everywhere, then we will be nowhere. I have just said that so that we keep on in our minds that we need to be committed to what we need, and we need to be focused, and we need also not to forget the important things, like ensuring that IBC is in place, ensuring that registration has begun, ensuring that people are getting essential documents on time, that is passport, certificates of good conduct, and also the IDs. And then also we see to it that registration is speaking. The weapon that we need to have is our IDs, and get registered as voters, so that we can win this battle once and for all. Also, if KOT, you can also and invite Mother Karua, there is a lot that she elaborated onto us on how, in case the government does resign today, if Ruto and his government does resign today, how can also we manage to lead ourselves, having leaders at least from the 47 counties as we wait, because we want Ruto to clear with all his government and all his structures in the government, and we have a new set structure for the country to run by itself eventually as we come for elections. There was a very good way in how she explained it. I cannot explain it because it was from our mouth, and bringing it to you, it will be coming from my mouth. But I believe KOT, you can host and invite her so that she can elaborate that to the citizens of Kenya. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. Let's have a great day and full of focus, and we keep on pushing forward, ensuring that everything will be successful, having hope without missing track. Remember that somebody has just said Kenyans tunasahau haraka sana, and that's why you've seen how Ruto has done it, because we had become so persistent on what he was doing. He decided to divert our attention to electing people from the ODM, so that when we are capitalizing on the ODM, he starts traversing all over the country, trying to campaign again. We need to wake up and not forgetting what is happening. Let's remember kuna watu wamewawa kwa Kware. We need to know about that. Let's always bring this. Kuna wale wamekufa. How do we remember them? We need to remember wenye wako hospitalini, and we also
Thank you,
keep
Josephine.
on.
Thank you, Josephine.
Thank you so much,
Up.
Adi.
Thank you. Appreciate. Thanks, Josephine, for your submission, and we continue having this conversation. We appreciate that powerful submission. And look at it, Nane revolts, and Ruto must go. I'm going to have Sean come in, and then we start getting the new speakers who haven't spoken. Because I think we're having a lot of requests, and we are also having like a lot of new people that have come to the speaker mode. So let's try to just make our submissions probably in a way that is a little summarized. So Sean.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jem. Yeah, I think a lot has been spoken about the church, and maybe just my opinion and thoughts on this. I think where Kenya is going to, I think Ruto is gonna make Kenyans even hate the church very, very much. Because already, if you look at the rate at which people are starting to, leave the church, it's quite high. And right now where I am in Europe, churches are just like museums. You go around, no one is in the church. And I feel like Kenya is gonna turn out like this if, because exactly the reason why Europe is like this is because of, the past regimes where the kings used to oppress the peasants with the help of the nobles. People are used to be taxed a lot. The French Revolution started, one of the reasons why the French Revolution started was as a result of the church, basically the clergy and the nobles, going against the people. And you know, you don't necessarily need to, personally I do believe that God exists, but you don't necessarily need to have, you know, this sort of man of God to be able to get your prayers to God. You know, you can be able to pray na Mungu atakusikiza. You don't need anyone to be on your behalf to lie to you. Back to the topic. So I think going forward, I've identified where the weak links are. So I think we've spoken a lot about two of them. So the first weak link is the, you know, Gen Zs and the rural population. The second weak link is the church, which we've already discussed about. And the third weak link is the police. So how we can tackle the police, you know, may think we need to just show the police the reality. Look at where these policemen and women, places wanaishi, these people live in very, very dilapidated households. In fact, some of the new houses they built in Ruai, some are being forced to share in margin. Yet they do not understand that when Kenyans are going on the streets is basically to defend their rights. So in fact, I propose some of the posters and the placards to be used on the 8th would also to be showing to the police that you people, you're living bad lives because of this oppressive regime. And trust you me, police will actually have sense and come into the movement. Coming to think about this idea of, you know, transporting people, I think it might not necessarily be the most effective way of doing it. And as I think previous speakers have mentioned, I think the movement should grow organically. Personally, I think if we had more time, we would have made it possible to transport people. However, what we could do, we could probably support in terms of just food and supplies, because I think in the past demonstrations, I've seen people bringing water, you know, bringing medication and things like that. And as there's a lady, I think from LA talked a while earlier, KOT, I think diasporans are ready to support. So, you know, because apart from, you know, slamming those embassies and that IMF and the ICC, the other way we can support is financially. So probably a good way would just be to pack, you know, just a few fruits, maybe a piece of bread, milk, or a bottle of soda, and just distribute to people. That would be a good way to, you know, just support people as opposed to transporting people to Nairobi. I'll let other speakers say what they think about it. But yeah, let's not give up. As I said initially, penye tumetoka ni mbali sana, and we cannot go back, because if we relent, the more we relent, the more Ruto gains ground. You've started seeing him, he's coming out of his cocoon. If you notice from the 25th and a few days afterwards, he in fact locked himself in State House. But slowly by slowly, right now it's been 1 month, he started to come out. He started going into small towns. He was in Bomet somewhere. He was in Nyahururu. Right now he's pocketed the opposition. He's pocketed ODM. He's managed to go to Mombasa. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts making his international trips in the next month. So tusikufe moyo, let's keep the fire burning, and eventually we'll get what we want. Let me let other speakers speak, then maybe I can come back later.
Thanks, Sean, and we continue appreciating every contribution. I think I'm going to go to Jude, and then we can also get to Stephen, Dr. Jackton, Shikuku, and of course, my friend Abdul. So let's go to Jude.
Morning, guys. Habari asubuhi. I want first of all to thank all of you for being here. Kuna wase wamekaa hapa the whole night na bado wanaendelea. Your efforts are very much appreciated. I would also like to remember our fallen comrades. What they did was heroic, and hatutawahi wasahau. So I only have a list of few things I might want to say. Kitu ya kwanza ni right now, sisi ambao wenye tumebaki kwa hii movement, bado sisi ni wengi, bado we still have the power, bado we still have the means. Alafu sahi, what I will really advise us to do is to see base on one thing so much, to see base on X so much for mobilization. Let's also use other platforms kwa sababu kuna watu wengine, they are not in X, wako kwingine huko. So like, we just look for a way to mobilize people in all methods possible, through WhatsApp, through Facebook, through all other social platforms. Na utapata kwamba movement ina grow. Like the first time when vile ilianza, it was so massive because ilikuwa inapitishwa through all platforms, through every method. And that's why we achieved the results. Now it wasn't that bad, by the way. Everybody, kila mtu aliona, everything was okay, everything went fine. Na we thank God kwa sababu kwa hii umbali tumekuja, hatuwezi choka sahi. We can't tire right now kwa sababu it's too early, by the way. It's too early. We need to have change in the country such that tuseme we tulifika, we tried, and we got what we wanted. Yeah. Another thing, right now sisi ndo tumebaki kama opposition. Almost 3/4 of the members of the opposition have turned to the government. And one thing that you will never ever in your life want to witness is the opposition joining the government, because that hiyo itashukisha the work rate ya government, because kazi ya opposition ni nini? The work of the opposition is to oversee the functioning of the government is there to. And right now ukiangalia the leader of the opposition, prime leader of the opposition, Mr. Odinga, like semi-partially join the government. So right now we are left as the only standing opposition, and it's up to us to make sure that the government is in check, the works of the government are in checks. All the policies implemented by the government, they are in check, they are correct according to human rights and according to the constitution. But the main problem that we are having right now is the president is taking the constitution as a mere idea. The constitution should be primal, because unaangalia the constitution, kuna mali inakubalia maandamano, but yet unaenda kuandamana, wana deploy police, the police hurt people, the police kill people, and yet kuandamana is in the constitution. It's a constitutional right. Right now what we need is to stand strong, stay strong. We continue we continue with the power, tunaendelea, hakuna kuchoka. Tukichoka sahi, well then what will they say? Watasema nini? Watasema kwamba they gave up, the Gen Zs were a bunch of idealist people. No, but we are ideaful, we have the power. Sisi ni wale watu, sisi si kama wazazi wetu wenye wanakuja masaa inaitwaje, masaa campaign, wanakuja na chwani wanalinga kila mtu anatoka hapo amebrainwashiwa. We are better, we are a better generation. We are people who think, we are people who have ideas, we are people who have futures that are upcoming, future nzuri. So I guess what we need to do now is mobilize people, mobilize more people. Na si lazima ikuwe online mobilization pia. Unafika mtaani, unapata maboys, unawaambia ni aje hivi na hivi na hivi. Unapatiana civic education anywhere ukipita. Ukipata maboys, unawapatia civic education, unawaexplainia what's going on. You put people up to speed, such that ikifika siku mmeamua you are doing something, everybody has that same idea, and then kuna kitu ingine nilisikia mahali, and I totally agreed with it. We should have a common goal, we should have a common idea, we should have, what are we doing, what is our agenda? That is another thing that will make this movement very, very successful. Nikimalizia au ma big wigs hawa kina KOT bana, you and your gang bana ya ma big wigs, nyinyi ndo mnafahamu kuwe sasa hivi mnaendelea ku spread the movement juu watu wengine wanaona ni kama the movement is dead, but it is not dead. Right now some people wanaona ni kama the movement is dead. On my timeline very many people wanaona ni kama the movement is dead, but I'm very sure I believe in the movement. I believe in us. I believe in the Gen Zs. I believe in our ideology. Na ninajua kwamba itafika time tutakumbusha watoto wetu, tutawaambia we fought for a better Kenya. We advocated for a better Kenya and a better future. Thank you guys for giving me a chance to air my views. A very good morning to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude, and thanks for your ideas. Let's not give up. Let's continue fighting. Let's continue inspiring each other, and I appreciate that. Let's go to Stephen, and then I believe the next one is supposed to be Dr. Jackton, and then Shikuku. We go to Abdul, and then we'll go down to speak to Dr. Barry and Reha. So let's go in that order. So let's go to Stephen. Go ahead.
Hello guys. So in this space I'm not that new. I've been listening to these spaces for a very long time, and mine is just to create emphasis because I'm a silent listener, and today I've just come forward to put across my views. So mine is just to create emphasis. Most things have been said, and as we can see, Ruto is now making some new campaigns because he is the sitting president for now, but he has just decided to go to the grassroots and began campaigns afresh. As you can remember, before he got to that seat, he campaigned for, let's say, 3 years, just doing campaigns. So now he has realized that the real opposers of him are here. He has just decided to do it the other remaining time. And mind you, the trips he's making here and there, making those travels, campaigning is the taxpayers' money, as you all know. So I think it's our task for now to work on all those things we have worked, and as the previous speaker has said, the big wigs have to work on those things, especially because not everything we have to say on this space, but it's good when everything is also worked on the background to make this thing effective and make it work on our way. Thanks. I appreciate everyone's time. To you,
Right.
host.
Thank you. And thank you, Sabine. And as we continue giving our discussion, what about our submissions? I wanted to also keep giving us ideas on how best we can mobilize people for Nane Nane, and to make sure that we have a movement that is going to really have an attention of not only the locals but also the international media. How do we best achieve this so that we can move forward? So let me, I think, Stephen, if you can mute, that would be good.
Okay.
I'll probably go to, I believe, Dr. Jackton Shikuku, and then we go to Abdul. Dr. Jackton.
Morning, how are you? Hi there, everyone.
Good
Mine
morning.
will be very brief. I will start by appreciating KOT and JM for this opportunity. And of course, part of what I can see up here, I'm in it that let's do everything humanly possible to ensure that we drive this movement forward. In any war, finance is very important as long as there is proper accountability. And part of the reason why finance becomes important is logistics and transport. Not only the people will be in demonstration, in protests or revolts, but even supporting a range of critical services that are needed in the process of the revolt, including medical
So there's a range of things, and that is why for a long time I've always said that we need to have a finance properly defined finance where we can throw some little cash like 100 or 200, so that we are sure that even if I'm here, at least KOT or the team has a way of managing some emergencies coming here and there. So I would encourage that we continue depositing 150, 200 into the account. I strongly trust in Marvin that he has for some times now, at some point even using his own money to do the posters. So we need this finance so that in case anything happen, we are always able to financially support, including court cases, in a lot of things that needs money. So that said aside, then I am of an opinion that we need to prioritize and critically prioritize on what we need to achieve first before we go to the next. Even as we are planning on Nane Nane, there is need to have a very one outstanding agenda to push. Unfortunately, we are fighting from outside, so it's gonna be quite a war, and that is why even transporting people from rural areas will be necessary, because this war, the people we are fighting are concentrated in the parastatal offices that are in Nairobi. So I'm suggesting that we need to have a strategic agenda that is one and formidable, that once we have actually put our sound forward, then it is one thing that will not only drive the movements into a success, but also make our work very easy as we move to as we push for the agenda of changing the whole status quo. And one of those agendas is ID. ID is very important. And once I am of an opinion that once we have worked out ID and people are getting ID within a record of 2 weeks, it is very easier now to approach IEBC as the next step to so that people can take a voter's card. And this is where we need to put our concentration deeper and deeper on, because even right now, if we fight for other things and we are fighting when we are outside, then it would mean that when you are fighting a system that has existed for 60 years, and you come in and fighting from outside, majority of our demands might not be achieved on record time. And that is why it is very, very crucial that as part of our priorities that we are staging forward, we look at ID and voters card as one of the most precious tools in the fight towards a better Kenya. Something else that I wanted to bring forth is the issue of we used Mata Karua yesterday in the space. You have seen a range of people. You have seen Kivota Kibwana. We have seen Migona Miguna, and a range of political people who have been in this system for a long time, and majority of us have known their track records. So I'm of an opinion that for us also to fight this system, we also need people. We need to actually scrutinize the people that needs to be part of this, and scrutinize them based on their past history. And if possible, because a structure is very important, as much as we are talking of and we are appreciating the fact that this war we are fighting as young people who are focused on actually making the government system work. So I have an opinion that moving forward, maybe as we are thinking about how to come up with as a formidable structure, We also, because we also need people who have known this system and know where we can hit and we can get out things working, and people who actually, have a very good legal background on this, so that even as we are forming our structures, we are in a position to also be in a position to include them. Then that said, then it means we now need to know what comes first. What are our priorities? If it is, do we come up with a structure as we are heading towards Nane Nane? And this structure is not something that will come easy. It will have to take time. Remember, we also have diaspora people who are very supportive about this thing. And yesterday, I did say in one of the spaces that one thing what we need to focus on, and we need to know that we are fighting a system that has grown horns over time for almost 60 years. And they have known, and we have been here witnessing how people are being abducted, killed suddenly, both from the political realms and in the civilian realms. And on that note, even as we are coming up with the leadership or the structures on how to manage our movement, we need to put some critical roles to people who are outside the country, because when we put them, the serious people who are in the country on certain roles, then they would be hunted, and our system may end up breaking down, because then majority of us will just disappear. So even as we are moving forward, I suggest that it is my humble plea that we need to prioritize on what comes first. If it is a structure, let's have the structure in place. If it is the agenda, which agenda are we pushing for? And on that note, then you would notice things are coming out very well. And then something else that we need to also focus on as I complete: who are our partners? You know, not everyone is our partners. And let me tell you, in every war, you will get people in the system who are working with the other opponent. So we also need to know who do we include at what stage of our revolt. Thank you so much, KOT and JM, for your time, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. I'm here to listen, and I wish everyone well, even as we're moving forward on this.
So, and thank you very much, Dr. And yeah, we continue moving forward with great ideas and suggestions. So even as you make your submissions, please try to also contribute on what exactly is the solution. And that's what I'm appreciating tonight's conversation. And at some point, if KOT or Joy or somebody will explain to the diaspora people, how does the is it mchanga? How does the mchanga work if it's you're going to use it with the diaspora people? Because I'm probably a little challenged on that part, so I may not be able to be the right person to explain. So if at some point you can explain how that mchanga works, I think that would be great. Let's go to Shikuku, then Abdul. Shikuku, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. So I would like just to, there's something I talked about yesterday about the leadership and structure. And somebody who came after me and some few other people said they did not want the leadership. They said the leadership, we have come all through this thing to this point we are without the leadership. But so these are just my reply to that. The need for leadership now is because the message we have been throwing at these people is that we want good governance, we want justice, we want no corruption, but they have not heard us. They have heard us, yes, but they have not implemented it. Why are they not implementing it? It's because they benefit from the dysfunction. And this dysfunction is what they are protecting. Because if we say, for example, today we want justice, they give us justice, then we'll need prosecution of people who kill Rex. The people who are in charge of that department, the police themselves, they'll have to be answerable when there's good governance. When there is justice, they'll have to be accountable. When there is good governance, these same people in these offices will be prosecuted for corruption. So that is the reason why they don't want to do what we want them to do, because if they do what we want them to do, it will cut them. Hii ni msumeno itawafyeka pia hao, because the moment good governance comes in, then people accountability will come in. And if accountability comes in, then people will answer for what they have done. That's why we need leadership, and that's why we need to get in and do it ourselves. These guys are not going to do it, because basically we have lost comrades. Kina Rex Masai have died because somebody was not willing to listen, and they were not willing to listen to the extent that they killed. That's the level of not listening that these guys are. So for those who are continuing agitating, saying lazima watusikize, lazima watusikize, they will not skiza you. They will not skiz us, because what we are looking for is making them accountable. It's going to make them answerable. And they want to be in those positions till they die, so that nobody holds them accountable. So what we are asking for, the only people who can deliver it is us ourselves. There was a speaker also who said, oh, we have inexperience, we need people who are experienced to fill those positions. Let's go back to independence. At independence, our cabinet, the median age was around 38. Those people who took power, they did not shy away. They did not say, oh, we are not experienced, oh, we are too young, oh, they did not do that. They took power. Most of the MPs were in their 20s, 25, 26, 27, 28. A good number of them, most of them were in their 30s. So we cannot shy away from taking the republic ourselves. And how do we take the republic? We take the republic by organizing, having structure, having funds, and putting our necks out there as alternatives. Because Raila got in because we were not offering any alternatives. We created a good gap, but we are not willing to take that gap ourselves. We said we wanted somebody to do it. And he saw the gap, and he took the gap. So it's time for us to have structure. Yes, there is a fear of having leadership, that our leadership will be compromised, that our leaders will be killed. But that is a consequence. That is a consequence that comes with doing politics, especially in an environment like ours. But we have so many soldiers, we have so many people who are able, who we can replace, and we keep the movement going. Because we have no choice. Either we lie down, the movement dies, or we go the violent way, or we go the political way. We cannot let the movement die. The logical thing right now is to go the political way. Let politics be met with politics. Right now, Ruto is politicking. He made a political calculation by taking Raila's people. That was politics. Whether we like it or not, right now, we are in politics. And what will get this movement going is politics. It's not activism, it's politics. Because why do we go for the politics? Because we have the numbers. These numbers, if we go for the politics with these numbers, we will succeed. And even if we don't succeed, we will shake the system so hard that our people will be able to get into some of these positions and start implementing changes from within. Because getting to overhaul a 60-year-old system is not a joke. So first of all, if we can't get the whole cake, what do? We get a quarter of it, we go to half of it. And then we start implementing the change from within. The solution to getting our movement ahead right now is politics, and whether we like it or not, we have to get in there. We have to get our necks out there and be the alternative. Get there and implement the change we seek. There is no other way around it. We can do make noise out here, but they have shown us, you make your noise out there, we'll do what we want. They have basically dug in and said, this is our dysfunction, and we are keeping the dysfunction. So do whatever you have to do. The lines are drawn. So basically, most people are saying it's the political class versus us, but also the political class have said, this is our stand. We like our dysfunction. We like the way we do our things. We are going to keep it that way. So it's us to organize and get them also on that same political front and tell them, we have the numbers, we have our people, we campaign against you, we get our people in, and then we start changing the system. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shikoku. We must organize. We must really implement the changes. We must see a good country that we have always desired to have. And thank you for your submission. I'll bring Abdul.
Thank you so much. Good morning, and
Good morning, my
thank
friend.
you, thank you for the platform. So KOT Sonko, I have a request. My request is Pastor JM stays muted until I finish my my submission. He doesn't unmute himself. Um, I
My friend, you just revealed to people that I'm a pastor, and yet the way they have been bashing the preachers here. It's just- that's the problem of
oh
no
no
of
problem.
having friends on the space. Go ahead, Abdul. I want to mute. Make your submission.
Okay, yes. Now we are at war, and when when you're at war, basics of war operate, the basic guidelines of war operate. And I urge patriots that are involved in this struggle to be acquainted with at least some of the most popular revolutions in the world. There is the French Revolution, where by Napoleon. There was how the Ottoman Empire was running. There is there is by the way, the century of humiliation of China from 1840s to 1940s, and why China decided to rise and be strong under Mao, under General Mao. And you understand probably the revolution in Cuba, when Che Guevara and his likes were fighting the dictator Batista, and that is Fidel Castro and Kina Che Guevara were leading a revolution against Batista, and coming to understand the most basic ways of understanding or organizing a revolution, the most basic ways of fighting, so that we avoid some of the mistakes that we find ourselves making. And I'm saying this because there is a book by Robert Greene about 33 strategies of war. He first starts by saying this: when you're going to war, do three things first. First of all, do soul searching within yourself first, because you're the most important element in a war, especially when you're commanding your troops. Identify your strengths, identify your weaknesses, then work on improving your strengths as you work on eliminating your weaknesses to make them strengths. And then you capitalize on a strength to ensure that you understand yourself better, you study yourself best, and you get to know yourself best. And when you have done this, the second thing is you understand your team, you compose your team, you understand their strengths, their weaknesses, you match them according to their capabilities and incapabilities, and then you learn them and let them learn themselves. And when you're finished with this, you can now study the enemy. When you go to war, you'll be going from a point of strength. You'll be going from a point of strength because you understand yourself, you understand your team understands itself, they understand each other, and even they studied the enemy, the arts of the enemy, the responses. Even actually they can foresee situations in advance and they're able to see it. So me, I have 4 things to say so that I yield the mic. I do not want to give a long contribution. The first thing for us to understand about ourselves is we are not homogeneous, we are not uniform, we are not standard, we are not alike. In this movement, we have both the young and the old. In this movement, we have the educated and the uneducated. In this movement, we have the privileged and the poor. In this movement, we have the working and the unemployed. We have people that live in Kenya and people that live in diaspora. What is uniting us? Whatever is uniting us is our love for the country, our patriotism. I am assuming, because that is for me what brings me to this revolution. Whatever is uniting us is our love for the country, our dream to have a better Kenya, our wish that one day we will have a merit-based society full of corruption, away from tribalism, whereby you rise and you achieve with honor, irrespective of your surnames, your tribe, your background, and all that. So when we know that we are not uniform, when we know that we are not homogeneous, our strategies will now go to customize our unique situation. Because if we were a bunch of university graduates, all of us coming from the same socioeconomic standards, coming almost in the same region, operating in the same region, having money of our own, having intellects and having education on our own, then we will not be it will be so easy for us to organize and to be disciplined and to be all this, and our strategies and our messaging will be so easy to approach. But shock on us when we are having tear gas canisters this week and we are saying Ruto Mwizi, for example, in Mombasa, where I work and live and where I am been fighting my struggle. The next morning, Ruto comes after appointing someone that I am not sure whether he's there to fight the minerals that are being looted, but he's there to protect the interest of the people that are appointing him and pushing him, like the ODM. The whole crowd comes out because they are paid, they are hungry, they are unemployed, they are idle, they are even drug addicts. They've been mobilized to suit for that particular day. So it could be so disheartening and heartbreakers if we think that these people are betraying us or they do not, or our message does not reflect with them. No, it does, but the unique set of situations that they are in forces them to go out so that they get that 500 for the plate of meal to be on the table in the evening. So when we understand that we are not uniform, we are not equal, we are not homogeneous, we are not a standard set of statistics that now you're saying that the youth will come out and all of us will come out. Some of them are orphaned, some of them have families to support, they have parents struggling with cancer and other terminal illnesses, they have to fend for them, and we have to be kind and to be easy on each other, even when some of them make blunders along the way. That is the first point I wanted to make, that we are not a uniform, homogeneous group of people, but we come with our unique set of challenges and our backgrounds, united by the love of our country. Then when we know this, then the second thing is revolutions take time. I know those of you that have read a lot about war is that generals and soldiers desire, they always desire having a clear and fast and a quick and a decisive win over the enemy, where they alienate the enemy. For me, the best occasion, the best case scenario for us would have been on June 28th, when we occupied Parliament. We occupy Parliament. We don't go back home. We have a quick and decisive win over the enemy. We topple every system that has been working against us, but it did not work. Why? Because our struggle, the truth that we have to face today is that struggles take time. Even wars, even the most consequential wars of the whole world, like the Second World War, they used to drag themselves over years. And eventually, they will have to achieve a victory if they are disciplined and they are organized. So, the second point I wanted to make is this is going to be a lifetime struggle, because even if we were to remove the current regime, even if we were to change systems, even if we were to have a fresh set of leaders who are clean, who are moral and ethical, we have been told in history that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That means our struggle should be lifetime, as long as we are making efforts to be better, as long as we are even in the great powers. I study a lot about the great power politics in the three superpowers, the US, China, and Russia. Even when they know they are the strongest in the world, like the US, it continues to improve itself in the manner in which it relates relative to other superpowers, because it doesn't want a day when it will wake up and another country is more powerful than them, because for their survival depends on them being powerful and another military not attacking them and finishing their population. So the second thing I want us to understand is our struggle is lifetime. When we know this, we are able to set aside strategies that achieve lifetime or long-term goals, so that we enjoy the quick wins we get along the way, because they are very necessary for our egos, for our esteem, for our motivation, for our morale. We need those short-term wins, so that as we push along the way, we are getting the motivation now to be. But the end goal of it is that as long as you're a patriot, as long as you are revolutionary, even if we put in our current set of the revolutionaries, the ones that are right now currently being agitated, we will need to put mechanisms in place to ensure that we check and balance their power, lest they be corrupted and they become the people that we are condemning today. The third thing I want you to know that it is going to be frustrating, it is going to be tiring, it is going to be so sometimes demoralizing, because of the unique set of situations that I have explained to you. So we need to be encouraging each other, we need to be thanking each other, we need to be tapping each other, we need to be united, we need to be actually so kind and gentle on each other. Not on this day we are attacking Gaido, this other day we are attacking Boniface, this other day we are saying Boniface, is doing paid activism. This other day we are against Tibet. This other day we are, my brothers and sisters, for us to be sustained in a struggle against a system that has a monopoly of violence, we will need to be organized, to be united, to love each other, because a struggle is very frustrating. Freedom, even our forefathers, we saw it in the ANC, the Mau Maus and the Maji rebellions. They had even to forsake their most basic needs like sex and go and live in the forest. And our grandparents, our grandmothers and great grandmothers, they used to send food to them in the forest. So we have to come out of our comfort, knowing that if we want change, change does not come easily. And the last thing that I want to tell you, so that I yield the mic, is that statecraft involves deception, betrayal, violence, and a lot of Machiavellism. Niccolo Machiavelli uses a lot of strategies in which you hide your cards below the table. You don't put all your cards below the table. Even in this struggle, we have people that have not put their cards, all of them, on the table. And I want to prepare you for moments when you're going to be betrayed, for moments when you're going to be feeling you've been deceived, moments when you will be unleashed state violence and terror, it will be unleashed on you. Moments when you're going to be feeling that I am I'm giving up and I'm not taking part in this movement. But brothers and sisters, remember always why we are in this. We are in this because we want and we love a better country. Our love for our country is uniting us. Our patriotism. In fact, we have said we are dead from within. We're already dead when we stay in the estates with no medicines, when we stay at homes with no jobs, and we pack our degrees in the cabinet. When we live a life that we live below our potential, it means we are already dead. So they are actually quickening our state of death when they take life out of us, because we would rather fight and die on our feet than live on our knees. So I want to prepare you. The struggle you want to engage in is going to be a life of deception, a life of violence and Machiavellianism. Finally, kabisa, about this issue of statecraft. When we take power, because I am a believer that we are going to take power, we want to be able to ensure that we are politically educated. We want to be able to choose a model of economy that suits all of us as Africans, a model that also accommodates Ugandans, Malawians, Zambians, South Africans, because all of them are brothers and sisters. So our taking power ought to be in preparation, the way the EFF of South Africa prepares itself. The day we take power, the day we have our political power and we have our political manifesto, we need to be politically educated. Politically educated because we don't want to repeat the mistakes of our founding fathers when they took power from Zungu and they started distributing resources for themselves. So we need men of integrity. When we contribute the money like we want to contribute in Mchanga, we want our money to be accounted for. We want revolutionary, radical people that know that they are riding on the backs of fellow citizens who are already oppressed. It will be so unfair for us. We raise you up here and then again you continue doing the same evil things that the system. Why then did we have to lose Kinarex Masai? Why then did we have to have so many people to be maimed and to be killed if you're going to maintain status quo? So my brothers and sisters, we are ready and willing to be involved in a revolution. But those of you who have platforms and who have shown leadership capabilities led by Kina KOTX, Kina JM, Kina JOM, Kina Amerix, Kina Afro, Kina Mizani 254, and everyone, Kina Pipita, everyone I might have forgotten. You need to show us that you guys are ready to lead from the front. You are ready to be accountable. You're ready to be servant leaders. Then once we see that, and then versus what we are fighting, it will be so easy for us to entrust our lives, our resources, our time, and our energy to you all. Asanteni sana, fellow patriots. Nawapenda. My name is Abdurrahman. I am fighting from Mombasa. Thank you so much.
Wow. I always know if we come here, we want to learn with Abdul. Thanks, my brother. Great. I'm going to just give my next two speakers, and then most definitely we'll probably have another host, probably Sonko or Joy take over. But I will go to Dr. Val and then Rehab Wanjiko. And then after that, the next set of speakers will be welcomed by another host. And because we have a lot of requests pending, at some point we may have to move some people down a little bit, and then we can get a new set of speakers because of the limits that we have. Dr. Val and then Rehab, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, very
Hello?
well. Yep.
Okay. Thank you once again for allowing me to spend some time with you guys on this platform. I want to encourage everybody, don't lose hope. Like I said the last time, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We're at war. And I know people talk about this Gen Z thing, but I believe that we can be Gen Z in many different forms. But I also think that in addition to having Gen Z, we need to come up with a slogan. We are Gen Zs, but we can come up with something. These are just suggestions. We are the people. We are the people are us, or the people's voice, or something, so that at least when we talk about the Gen Z, then when we add like we are the people, because the country belongs to us. So we Gen Z, we whoever, we are the people. I think that that's something we can consider, some slogan other than just being referred to as Gen Z. I don't know how you guys feel about that. The other thing I'm saying that we need to get people who are going to be loyal and committed to the cause, not to benefit them. Some people will probably come here and they're talking about politics. I think politics is fine. I just think that at where we are right now, we need to not talk too much about 2027 because we have a lot on our plate. There are people who are going to come, people who are going to go. And I think that we should kind of form committees. This is my view. And the committees don't have to be in Nairobi. We have 47 counties. I don't know who we have certain places in those areas who can be committed. And with the committee, we should have agendas. We should have something we put like intermediate, short-term goals and long-term goals and continuous goals. What is our short-term goals when we go to the committees? When we go to the grassroots, we need to go to the grassroots. Ruto and his people are back campaigning. So the question is, as they're campaigning, we need to find a way to come and attack what he's saying at the grassroots, because he's going to the grassroots. And we know that those people get paid. We know. But you see, like they talk about, was it Homer Bay and was like shouting and what's his face, and Mombasa, they were happy. Hilarious. One of their people had been elected or appointed. But we need to go back to the grassroots and counter that. You're like, no, that is not your people. That's Badi. Badi and his family. That's not a Luo person. That's Badi. And you're saying, let me explain that to you. Badi has been in power since 20, whatever. I said, have you ever met him? Have you ever, okay, call him today. Tell him you have a problem. See if Badi even knows you. So we have to go back, whatever it is that they are planting in these people's minds. We need to be on the ground also to counter it. And say, don't be fooled. You say, okay, you know me, I'm talking to you right now. Have you ever met Badi? Do you know anything? Do you know his wife? Do you have his kids? If you were sick today and you went to the hospital, can you use Badi's name and say Badi said or Joho said or something? So we need to start working on their psychic. Another thing is that we need to also discuss about different approaches and different areas that we need to be on the ground. How you approach somebody in the rural area who is like maybe a diehard, maybe a Raila person. See, I'm giving an example. He or she will never see anything wrong. But then maybe you have to use psychology. You let them say, and you're like, okay, listen, your child doesn't go to school. Have you been sick? Do you have pension? Anything happens? No, all kind of stuff. No, but you've been voting for Raila. So my friend, why don't you call him? You know why? Somebody died. You had a funeral, you had a burial, but it is usually the same people around you, in the community, who you go to for help. But when we are trying to tell you that this person is not going to help you, you want to fight it. So you know what? Next time, if you have an issue, just go. Just go to that person who you are so happy about to help you, because you've never met this person. In fact, this person walks with security. So we have to use psychology. Some of them you go to, and we need to also get these young kids, these kids who have not been polluted. And you need to start talking to them and encouraging them and say, listen, we're living in a country where you are the future leaders. You can be anything and everything. So that maybe when they go to their parents, they can talk to their parents. And you meet young kids and you meet them at the football field, wherever you meet them. It's constantly you're just drilling. How was school? Did your teacher come? What's happening? What are you teaching? What are your plans? How do you plan to realize that dream when the government is not doing anything? You have talent, but do you know that other people in other countries have talent and they cannot do what they're doing? They're not doing because your parents are not voting for what is right. So sometimes you have to put them against their parents. So when even they come to ask you for something, you're like, no, no, first of all, go ask your parents and tell them why they've not been able to do XYZ so that they actually know the socio-economical challenges that they're having. We need to penetrate and get these young kids also, okay? Another thing, as I said, so the different approach would also be, like as I said, Ruto is on the ground talking and lying to people. We know, like when he went and he's doing this ODM thing and everything, how many people have been in ODM? And I'm using ODM as an example because they have fanatics in that, support group base. But how many people would even say to me, and I'm not bashing anybody, I'm just using this, they would say that maybe their mother has been sick, their father, they had a burial, they had school fees, and where they were able to call ODM, and ODM did anything for them. Because at the end of the day, it's your neighbor. They don't even know where these people live. So this business where people are looking at party lines and shouting and they are happy because somebody from ODM, somebody from their tribe, you're like, yeah, I'm very happy for you, but can you reach this person right now if you don't have money, if you don't have transport? Can you reach them? So you're so happy and shouting that this person had gotten this, but how does it impact you as an individual? How does it impact you? So another thing, like as I said, people in Kenya are dying. There's no medicine in the hospital. They're not dying because their illness cannot be treated. No, people are dying before their time. They're dying because there is no medicine. They're dying because the hospitals don't have the equipment. It is not their time to die. But you see, these politicians or whatever the hell they call themselves, they always have it in their mind that they will always, people forget that power is transit. They always think they'll hold this position till they die, or they have a visa, or they can travel somewhere. I can tell you right now, if you get in a car accident right now, I don't care how many visas you have. If you do not have emergency services right there and then, you're going to die. You are going to die. And then sometimes they don't think about, what? There come a time that you might not even be able to fly out. They won't let you. The airline will not let you. So you see, they're so full of themselves because let me tell you something. If I was a politician, I would be so selfish. You know what I would do? I would make sure they have the best hospitals. They have the best facilities, the best roads, everything. Not because I love the people, but because I'm thinking of myself in case something should happen to me. But you know what? But my people will have to benefit from it because I can't use it myself. So while I'm fixing the roads, and that's what America does. You fix all these things that you love. You're like, hey, my child can be on that road. I can need that. I will need the service. So so that's how you develop. That's how you build. Out of maybe you think you're selfish, but other people have to use that service. I was in CIA one time. I went to somebody's house, beautiful house by the lake. It was like landlocked. Didn't make sense to me. So coming from abroad, I start to compare certain things, and I'm like, why you only have one door? What if in case there's a fire? Why you have all these bars? What's the emergency exit here? And then I'm asking them, so if something was to happen to you, where is the nearest hospital? How does the ambulance get here? Do they have oxygen? I started asking all these questions, and these people were looking at me like I was fucking crazy. And I was like, no, I'm saying that you stole all this land. You've built a mansion. But I tell you, my brother, you have a heart attack right now, you're gone. You are gone. So that's the reason I was telling the guy, you should have built a hospital around here. Since you live here, your mother is here, your children are here. You should have built a functional, you should have had the best. And when you have the best, you're like, okay, I know what's there. Everything's functional. I want to share an experience that I had.
Is it me not getting people?
Huh?
Yeah, we can hear Val. If you can probably land quickly so that we can bring in a few other people. But
Yes.
I don't know who is speaking, but the other person, you probably can't hear Val, but she's speaking.
Okay. So let me just say there's a few
It's
things
okay.
also.
Let me land so that you can add others.
Yes, but let me
Okay,
just say
I'll
something
get you
because
back.
Okay, I'll get you back. All right then.
another thing that I was saying, are you there?
Yes. Probably in another 30 seconds, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
no problem. Another thing that I want to say is that how do you approach these goons? You don't approach them to like tell them off. You approach them to turn them away. And how do you do by turning them away? You turn them away by saying, like, remember the incident we saw where some of them got beat and then the cars were burnt down and everything? And then you ask them, so in a situation like that, did the people who sent you ever come after you? So you have to kind of try and change their mindset that join us. We will look for you. We will look after you, and everybody's going to benefit. But you see, when you're a goon, if you're caught or anything happened, I think there were 2 people who were killed. But nobody has really even gone to visit the people's parents and give them their condolences. So I'm saying that even with the goons, if we know where they are and they have groups, we need to go and try and talk to them and change their mind and tell them why they shouldn't be goons. So anyway, since you guys want to, I know there's a lot of people here. I've been up here for some time. I just wanted to say something. And finally, I just want to say, let's try and read on a lot of articles and maybe call other people to come and help us. And finally, I wanted to say, I saw Orengo. I know this is not a political platform. I saw Orengo stand up, and he's isolated right now because he said he's standing with the Gen Z and something. Maybe we can consider calling him on the platform, and he can give us some, because if they call him constitutional lawyer, he can be able to give us some pointers on how the constitutional work, how we can go about it. And that's just a suggestion, because we need, like somebody said, we need all the ideas, we need all the expertise. We're taking everybody on board who can help us in this journey. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate you. Great, great ideas, great wisdom, and yes. For those that are just probably joining us, I just wanted you to know that we are mobilizing people for the Nane Nane. That is Tarehe Nane mwezi wa nane. As we continue the push about Ruto must go, which really has been a movement of needing real change in our country and ensuring that there's governance and the great ideas that are being contributed, how we can mobilize people, how can we bring everybody on board, how do we reach to the grassroots? And a lot has been shared tonight in terms of there are some people in the machinani that have not really received this, but who will get them on board. I'm gonna go to Rehab, and then possibly Songo will take over to bring in Wycliffe and Youth President, and then we will now go back to getting more other people. The conversation tonight is, how do we sustain the movement? How do we mobilize towards the Nane Nane? And how can the diaspora be involved? I'm expecting that the Sonko will explain to us if the M Changa works with the diaspora people, or is there an alternative? What can these people do? And thank you, everybody from across the world, for being part of this conversation. This is how we grow and bring a change in our country. Rehab, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, JM. And thank you, everybody. I've been coming here for the last 3 weeks. I've been a silent listener. I don't want to talk much. I'm not a Gen Z. I'm not a millennium. I'm approaching my 50s. And I thought today I would not listen, but I would also like to contribute. That's why I'm here. And nawashukuru sana. I've been listening to what you guys have been saying. and you've been really impressing me. But there are some things I want to bring to you today. For this revolution, you had a vision. So my advice to you, I would advise you, hiyo vision, hayo maono mlikuwa nayo, there are people tunawaitaga midwives. People that can be able to preserve your vision so that vision may not be hijacked and may not be killed. So amongst you, mnatakikana, sababu mumekaa hapa mnajuana, mtafutane wale watu ambao they can move with your vision, wanaweza ilinda na wanaweza itembeza mpaka ifikie pahali mlikuwa mnataka mufike. Also, about this issue ya fear yenye mnauziwa, please don't fear. And also my advice to you, I've told you I just have 4 points. First, mtafute watu wenye midwives, people that can be able to protect the vision that you have. Also, people that will not fear, don't fear. Alafu, you must have structures. And also, you must have funds. Hizo funds zitawasaidia hata hii mambo mnasema ya 8-8. You need funds. You need posters. Munahitaji civic education. Munahitaji watu on the ground. You can't reach those people kwa X peke yake. You also need people in Facebook. Waende mahali pale wa mobilize. You need people in TikTok. You need people in Instagram. You need people even in YouTube. Hata kwa TV. And also, as the previous speaker amesema, kuna yule mwenye alisema about Martha Karua, about now James Orengo. You can buy from those people. Uwaulize wakati walikuwa wanafanya hiki tunaitwa Sabasaba. You can buy what made Sabasaba to be successful. You can buy from them. I happen to be in a family wakati Sabasaba ilikuwa inaformiwa. One of my uncles was among those people. And I'm telling you, those people would even sit usiku na mchana. Na walikuwa wanakuja huko mashamba kwetu wanafichwa. Ili waweze kuongea. Au watu mnaona kama Raila Odinga, akina Mwite, they used to come in our home. Shosho yetu anawaficha, anawapikia, anawaficha. Wanakaa huko siku mbili, wakipanga venye wataweza kufanya nini, venye watafaulu. You also need people. And now since mumejuana, you don't need to kujage space hapa tuongee kila kitu. There are some issues zenye the leaders you are going to choose. Because you need structures and you need people who can fight for this revolution. Wenye damu yao iko kwa changes that you guys need. Kuna mambo zenye mtakuja hapa and there are people who can come here, wanajifanya mko pamoja lakini wanaenda huko wanatoa siri zenyu. Even before muende kupigana, mnapata mumefungiwa pahali. So that is all I wanted to tell you. Yeah, and no, as a parent, we are praying for you guys. We love you. Nimekuwa nikiwasikiliza, nimekuwa nikiwafuata, and I've also been mobilizing people katika platform na kuaga. Ninawaambia wakuje hapa kwenyu waweze kuwasikiliza. God bless you. Keep moving. That is all I have.
God bless you, Rehab. I do appreciate. Let me see if Sonko is awake or did he sleep. If he did, I can proceed for a little bit. Oh, he's in the house. And tell us, how does the diaspora get involved? It's 1:49 a.m. for me, Sonko. You've put me through this. Nitahitaji malipo kidogo. Anyways, God bless and thanks, Sonko, for doing this amazing job. Back to you.
So as per your request, niliunda hiyo mchanga account, and of course it supports any mode of payment. Yeah, ina support M-Pesa and also zile za card payment, the Stripe. Yeah, so those in diaspora mnaweza tumia any mode of payment, card, PayPal. Yeah, I think
Okay, so yeah, that's what I was because I know there are a few people who have been asking to contribute, and we were not. I wasn't very sure if that supports that, and I'll be the first one to check it out. So thanks for clarifying that. That's really important. All right, so go ahead. We need to bring the youth president and then Wycliffe, and then of course we'll go to Juice James. I have no idea what that name means, but yeah. So probably those three, they go in that order: the youth president, Wycliffe, and then Juice James.
JM, just before they go, we have a lady here called MJ. She's in the space. Yeah, she has a verified account. So MJ has been on the forefront of posting the missing persons. Of course, we've seen what she has been doing. So guys, if you can locate MJ wherever she is, we have a comrade who has been missing, a 34-year-old guy. And yeah, that's the work in tunafanya saizi to try as much as possible to amplify that case. At least we get hold on the whereabout of that guy. So just locate MJ Maliakom. And also I
Yeah,
want to let you know that
I've sent a request. I've sent MJ a request, and we'll appreciate if she can come and probably highlight that. That would be great.
okay, and then I also thought if we can dedicate her account for sharing missing persons, because she has been on the forefront of that, just like I've been on the forefront of posting spaces and being on the ground.
Awesome. That's really great. Some of you come up, and then we will get to that. Let's go to the youth president, then Wycliffe after that, please. We have like at the very least like maybe 15 or whatever requests. We will get you back up here. It's only that it's like a very heavy traffic today, so we'll get you up here to contribute. Please stay with us. Youth president.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Good morning, Mr. President. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Hillary. I'm a millennial. I'm from Bungoma, so I appreciate the movement. As KOT has said, I've been a listener quite for some time. I've tried through the mode of payment, the M-Changa. I've seen it works because I've tried this early in the morning when the space had started. So I wanted to confirm how it is working, and I appreciate. So my little concern is we need to have a structure, as other speakers have spoken, whereby we need civic education to from the grassroots, whereby all generations, the Gen Z, the millennial, and we have part of Gen X and Gen Y. So we need to educate our people so that we are on board, all of us. And also, as I see the Nane revolts, we purpose to have all the youth from across the country, yet we don't have a structure. So I don't know how we are going to work out to have all the youths, because I think it is meant to transport youths from different counties to Nairobi as we march to the State House. So I'd like to know, because now that we don't have a structure, I don't know if we have identified different representatives from different counties that will help mobilize other Gen Zs and those other people, the millennials and the other generation that has bought the idea and are in support of the movement towards revolution of the country and governance in our nation. So my real concern is about that. How are we going to work out to have representative at the grassroots? Because we need to start from the ward level, the constituency, the county, just as the political class do, because that's where we will reach our conversation to them, and that's how we'll have to enlighten them, because some of them see whatever we are doing is a wrong thing, because they seem to see that we are fighting the government. We are not giving it a space and time to work and make changes that we are crying for. So I think with me, that's my main concern, and I believe going forward, we need to think of having the structure in place. If not leaders, at least representatives from different counties, from the grassroots level, have a program of civic education to the people, to the community, so that they get to know the real rot that is within the country and within the government, that we are fighting for change and fighting for a difference, so as to have the Kenya that we really want, as the people of Kenya, because this is our land, this is our nation, and we deserve the best. That's all what I had, and I appreciate for the opportunity to speak on the space.
Thanks, Mr. President. This is our land. This is our country, and we are the voice that is really trying to fight for the true change that we have always dreamt of having. And I believe very strongly. I think initially when we started, we had already addressed some of the issues that you've raised, which are very pertinent in terms of mobilization, having funds, using, making sure that we have people from across the country to do that. And I'm very sure Sonko will address that at some point. Wycliffe Shikuku, what do you have for us today? How do we do the nane revolts? How do we make sure the movement is sustained? How do we mobilize everybody from across the globe to make sure that doesn't look like it's just it's not a Nairobi thing. It's everybody from the country and beyond. What are your thoughts? Wycliffe, can you hear me? Okay. Maybe I'm the one who cannot hear you. Can anybody hear Wycliffe submission? No.
No, we can't hear him.
Oh no.
Wycliffe, if you, I don't know. It looks like your mic is open, but I cannot hear you. So we probably have to recycle people and just bring in newer speakers. But let's go to the Juice Gems. Wycliffe, can you speak? Let me give you another chance before we can bring in someone else. And unfortunately, Wycliffe, we can't hear you. But if you drop, we'll get you right back in so that you can get your chance to speak. Just James.
Hello, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Oh, okay. Something I want to talk about. When we will be holding the Nane. Okay, I'm from Nakuru, currently in Egerton. When we started the war, our main aim was just to win. But if you can just view what's happening right now, the enemy has just changed the ways. The enemy is the government, and what it has done, it has just changed the ways in which it was handling us before. According to me, in Nakuru, what the people, even if you can just view what the president is just doing, he has just brought in his previous friends who they just understand the government very well. And if we don't change our tactics, we're gonna lose this war. First of all, we need to start with the basic things. Basic things, we are losing on the basic things. First of it, if we look about the numbers, we don't have the numbers. And what we're gonna do, people can, when we don't have the numbers, the police is gonna overdo us every time, kill our friends. And if we continue like that, we are going to lose. So, KOT, what we have to do, we must make sure we have the numbers. That's the first thing we must make sure. Let's make sure we mobilize every person from every county, not just Nairobi or these major cities like Nakuru.
Let's go deep to those villages. And that's why we need to create some communities. I heard Shikuku talking about leaders. Let's not make anybody an official leader. Why? Because if you can see, if you view the previous or you have just read the articles, what these people do, if they identify your leader, they just make you fear using the leader. Maybe he or she may be abducted, killed, and in that way, you know the power of a leader. If your leader is done something that may make you fear, we're gonna lose this war. Because me, if my leader have been either abducted or just killed, I'll just fear. That's the normal human being. And then a normal human being is somebody that it is easier to convince. If he may be given a warning or what. So what we do, let's create just communities, not leaders. Communities who will mobilize people from the ground. Communities maybe of 5 people, yes, from each county, like that. But if we create one leader, we gonna not win this war. Let's create community from each county. Another thing, thanks to Mam Rahab, he has talked something that it have just really touched me. Convincing these people who are 50 years and above that we are really fighting for them. They see like we are causing chaos when they see us in streets, because the president have just used a method that they set goons in the street, making the strikes to making the protest to be viewed as we are thieves. And I am happy that I have just seen Madam Rahab has just understand that we are fighting for their rights, and we are not goons, as the president is saying. You saw he went to Mombasa, he tries to criticize us, we just look like thieves. And you see how he has done. He's using the divide rule method. If you can just look at the enemy very well, he's using the divide rule method. That if he lose this side, he makes sure he win this side. By doing what? The people who have been brought to government, the likes of Joho, the likes of Oparanya, the likes of the minority speaker, those people, eish, if you view their previous histories, they are goons. And that's why the president now have just got the confidence of getting out. For the past month, the president was in the State House. Now he's in the ground because you have just brought in the goons to the government, and now you don't fear anymore. So KOT and GM, let's change our tactics right now. Because if we don't change our tactics, we are losing. The second thing is about the holding these spaces. If you hold these spaces, as Rahab has said, there's some consequences and dangerous ones. First of all, not everybody who is in this space is with us. Some of them are just rats who are here just to go and betray us. So if we create these communities from each counties, these people can be meeting secretly. And if you are rat and you are here, just hear this, you will not get us where we are going to be holding these spaces and where we're going to be holding these meetings. So if you hold these communities secretly, not here in space, because here in space we are just risking our lives and things, because some of us here have been recorded and been found in another ways and just been abducted, you are killed. So let's create the best way of doing this thing is creating communities from each county, and KOT make sure that happen. From each county, let's have a community of 5 people to make sure if we say we are doing this, we are doing things. The second thing, let's have a common goal. It's not funny that if we say we are going to parliament, some of us are in Kisumu, some of us are in Kiambu. There is no parliament in Kiambu. Parliament is in Nairobi. So if we decide that people are going to parliament, let's all gather in Nairobi. To be clear enough, in Kenya, people are more than, we are like 7 times more than the police, even not 7, 10 times more than the police. If people come out, let me tell you, if we have a common goal each day, we are going to achieve everything. Everything that you want to achieve. For example, the day we went to parliament, it was not about that we had planned this. It's because we had the numbers. And the police, if you were on the ground, you saw the police were overpowered and they ran away and the people got in. And up to that, walitisha reinforcement. So if we get a common goal, let's note that today we have said we are going to parliament. Some of us are in Kisumu, some of us are in Kiambu, some of us. This guy is not he's a no-nonsense guy. If you know Ruto very well, he's a no-nonsense guy. If we joke with him, he may dismantle all of us. And if we give him chance to relent at these mandamanos we are holding at date 8, 11th, if we give him a chance, ajicompile if ameleta some new faces to the government, we will face it. Kwanza sisi, like, we are mobilizing people here outside, we will face it. This guy sijui atatufanyia nini, he may do us harm. So it is up to now. If ni hiyo nane, let it make change. Let us make this guy know that he have done us enough. Let him know, tusimpe chance. Those people on the ground, this guy ameanza kutokea nje and start, you know very well he is a sweet talker. You know that. He's a very good sweet talker. He can convince people within minutes. So those people on the ground, let's stop this guy from getting out. If we hear he's coming somewhere, let's stop him. Let him stay in the State House for now. We are just trying to make changes. Let him stay in State House, because if we give him a chance to be out here, people will gonna turn against us, especially our moms, our dads, because these people will be convinced very soon. These people will be convinced that we are on a bad side, and you know very well we are fighting for them. But you know, our dads, they are people who have been brought to the Nyayo era, those people who fear the government, you know. But if we don't give this person a chance to be outside here, he may not change people. And by that, we will conduct a civic education to the people, to our moms and dad, who are easier to convince. The good thing about our mom and dad, it's easier to convince them. So don't give Ruto a chance to convince them. It's us who are going to convince them. And when we do that, I'm very sure we're gonna win this war. Another thing, on these spaces and all these the Instagrams, the YouTubes, let's be together. Let's stay as a group. If on this space, first of all, we make sure that we are as a group. Let's follow each other, because a very small communication from maybe KOT, maybe JM, maybe the other, like the youth president and the alluters and those, let it reach so many people. We will achieve that by making sure that we follow each other in every account we have, to make our sound be heard, to reach those outside countries and the United Nations and whichever. In every post you make, promise me that you will be making sure that you tag those big organizations like the United Nations and that. And with that, I don't think we can lose this war. We are not here to lose. We started this war to win. We are not losing it. I promise you, if we do that, we are not losing it. And we started this war that we can win, and we are going to win. We are not giving up. Thank you, JM. Thank you, KOT, for holding this space, and the others, thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Very, very great points. Thanks, James. This is that's why we're here, to build the movement and to ensure that all of us are sharing ideas. And please don't forget, Nane revolts. We are all getting together from every part of the country. Tonight or today, there has been a lot of great ideas on what we can do, change of strategy, ensuring that it doesn't look like it's a Nairobi thing, or it's something for the elite kids. It's for all of us, regardless of your social status and everything that we do. And that is why the conversation continues to evolve as we get more ideas. And thank you all for staying with this space today as we continue to share our thoughts and our ideas. Wycliffe, you're back.
I hope now you can hear me.
Now we can hear you. Thank you for coming back.
So thanks, man. My name is Shikuku Wycliffe. Fortunately or unfortunately, I'm a politician, but a young politician. I vied for MCA in Trans Nzoia County, a place called Matisi Ward in Kitale. I wanted to just contribute on challenges that we are facing in this movement. I am happy the movement is ongoing, but at the same time, you also need to understand and try to do a research. What kind of, what is the something that is stopping us to achieve our goal? One of the things that is stopping us is a for me, I believe is a police force, and the second one is goons. So my thinking is, how do we come up with an idea or a strategy that either we can work with the police, which I know is very difficult, or we can even stop or minimize that force from the police. The second challenge that we are also facing is the goons. How do we handle the goons? How do we reduce the number of the goons? How do we manage them so that we be able now to go on with our movement? As a politician, I can tell you from my experience, what stopped me from getting to that position is goons. So how do we control these people? Because a politician is nobody, is a nobody without a goon, is a nobody without a police. Politicians, they usually get someone to use to fight their own.
Shikuku, hang on a second. Are you using like some kind of headphones or something like that? Because I think this is kind of
No,
rapping
I'm not.
against you.
I'm not using the headphones. I'm just
Okay.
using this.
I don't.
I'm using a laptop.
Okay. Yeah.
So
But go ahead. We can hear you well, but I think there was some kind of
okay. I'm in town.
glitch.
I'll just park somewhere. So
That's fine.
we need to understand challenge. One way, like my own way of strategy that I can use, or rather I've been trying to use, is identify a goon. Later on, after all these incidents, approach the person. Why were you doing this? Because these goons come from our family. These goons come from our village. These goons are our former schoolmates, our colleagues, not even colleagues. These are people that we know. These are
No.
people that know their relatives.
No. Before you go to the goons, I need something that you're proposing something about the police. Let's address the police first,
So
and then
the
we address
police.
the goons. Okay.
So
So what's
now,
the strategy? Yeah. Go ahead.
strategy is more similar. Like for instance, we know these police get orders from the IG. We are dealing with the president at the moment, and this president get instruction from the IG get instruction from the police. We know this IG personally. There are people who know him personally. So why can't we have a movement that at later on, maybe when things are cooled down, why can't we approach these government official and we tell them, listen, this is our issue. We are not fighting the government, we are not fighting the system, but this is the issue. But the person, as much as you're working under the order, you are part of the problem and you are making things becoming worse. For instance, you know where the IG stay, you know where they go to church. These people come from our church. You can't tell me IG sent someone to kill another person, and then on Sunday you're with the same person worshiping God. You see, and these people, we know them very well. So why can't we approach these people on individual capacity, and have this conversation with them? Because we know they get the OCS. Why can't we, prior to, like, we are going for Mandaman on 8th? I come from Trans Nzoia. I've mobilized people. Let's go see the OCS early enough. Let's have a cup of coffee. Why do you have to use this kind of force to destabilize people who have no problem with the system? We are only asking the government to do the right thing. So my strategy is, people like Boniface Mwangi, they have these people. Why can't they approach them individually prior to these dates, so that we can have, hata wakitumana, they will tell watu wao, handle these people with care. So police is part of the problem. Police are working with the politician. If you want to destroy a politician, you can take a second to destroy a politician. But for them, what they can do is to make a call to an OCS for protection. So we need to have a conversation with the police force to be part of this, as long as we abide with the law. So that's one of the things. So I also wanted to conclude something on the civic education. We also need to take personal responsibility in this movement. Like everyone needs to do the right thing. For instance, don't allow a politician to speak in a funeral and allow people to go home. Don't allow. If need be, speak after the politician, because whatever they speak, they're like the last people who can speak. Na watu wanaenda na hiyo narrative. So if you have a chance to have your mic in church, in funerals, whatever place, if you can, we can have a chance, because we need to come up with another movement, another disruption, like another another, like wale watu ambao those people who don't fear. We need a fighter, new fighters in this generation who can say politician cannot speak, and then now people go home believing what the politician said. We have a politician in Trans Nzoia, he comes, do shit, anapeana gas. Now once he speak, mic inazimwa, people go home, and you can't go uko mbele useme ati alifanya hii anafanyanga hii. No, because at the end of the yeye ndiye amemaliza kuongea, so people believe. So my point is, we should be able to come out without fear, with courage, to speak after politician. When he says something wrong, we say it's wrong. But then again, when you do that, there are people around him, and these people are still our friends. So we need to approach our parents, tuambie, mom, dad, this is what is going on. Stop going to politicians' meetings. That's what I did with my parents. I tell my parents, if you want that 500 shillings, call me. I'll give you the 500 shillings. My parents don't go to politicians' meetings. They don't. And the same thing that we need to talk to our parents. They are taking advantage of our parents. They are taking advantage of our brothers and sisters who are languishing in poverty in Mashambani. So we also need to support our own family. Our own family, so that they don't go kuchukua hii kidogo yenye politician wanapea. Sometimes they go listen, if these people anaongea vitu ya ujinga, they just walk out. They don't squarely depend on handout. So that's my point. So we need to take individual responsibility in terms of civic education. Speak to anyone who is close to you in the village. In the village, those goons, we need to have a conversation with them in an individual capacity, so that ile siku watataka kutumiwa hawatakuwa. Whatever we are doing in the next general election, the same people will fight us. The same goons will fight us. And this is what, as I conclude, the biggest problem we are having. I'm a millennial. A millennial, as long as he's close to a politician, he can do anything. You remember there was a time Halwale, a guy was like, no, you can't say that about Halwale. Wachaneni na Halwale. Wachaneni na Halwale. This guy is not even a relative to Halwale. He's fighting for Halwale. Somebody, Halwale ameweka watoto yake everywhere, doing well, you are there fighting for Halwale. Because of you don't understand your relationship with the politician. You see, so we need to educate these people huku mashinani kabisa, so that they don't get aligned with a politician. They understand this person is my representative, and it ends there, nothing else. Hiyo ndio challenge yenye mimi naona we are facing in this movement. So with that, I would like to say thank you for that opportunity.
Wow, thanks, Wycliffe, for saying that. You know, I've been afraid of disclosing my age. Now, at some point, I may have to really tell people, because when I hear people saying I'm a Gen Z, I'm a millennial. Okay, let's go to Aluta. I'll disclose my age before the day ends. I've been around for a Okay. Aluta, do you wanna go? And we can go to engineer, then Kenya, Cherry, Mercy's here, Don is here. So we probably have like only 5 remaining to add to the queue. So let's go to Aluta. Thanks, Wycliffe. That was good. That was good. That was really good. Aluta.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. We can hear you very well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Aluta, but that's not my real name. It's a pseudonym, just from Samora Machel, Aluta Continua. So this morning, I've been following this conversation. Though I have a lot of fatigue, I had a night shift. I'm a medic by profession. But hello.
Oh, mbona ni kama umenipiga?
Hello,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
we can hear you, but I don't know who else's mic is
Hapana,
open.
nimemiss of course.
Yes, I
Nilikuwa
can hear
kwa
some
Twitter
noises in.
Okay, hang on a
think
second.
the
Let me
youth,
see.
I think Pastor Jim, you can mute the youth president.
Okay, so I think we're good now. Lota, please. Sorry about that.
Okay. Um, I'm very honored to be in this space. I can see that we have great people here, and I can see Wakili Okelo Esquire, Okemo, not Okelo. I can see Madam Stella, and everyone else who has spoken. All your sentiments are fantastic. Now, we're talking about Nanenane revolts, and the previous speaker has talked about the greatest challenge that we are facing. First of all, we need to understand that there is a backlash that we are expecting to face from the political elite. Now they're together. They have always been together. You will bear me witness, guys, that the system, the way it has been structured, is in such a way that we have a majority of people who are striving from the lowest stratum of the economy, who are striving or struggling or hustling to make ends meet. And these people are actually preyed upon by these politicians. They are not goons per se. They are just people who are just there. They are not. They don't have something that drives them from within them. Like the way that we are here, we have a zeitgeist. We have a spirit that is driving us. We believe that the conviction which we have for a better country is achievable. It is not something that we can sacrifice for, or we can trade for petty politics, tribal politics, or partisan politics. I belong to this party, I belong to this party. We know that we have a bigger purpose. We want to usher a new dispensation from the old one, the one which has held us down at the expense of too much. Our parents, I heard someone say that our parents have a problem because they grew up during the Nyayo era, where people were subjected to all manner of dictatorship and what have you. Guys, I have parents. I'm lucky to have both parents, and we have conversations once in a while. And well, our parents are just mine are in the rural area, and my parents are kind of, they're not the kind of people who are tribal. In fact, they're
Oh, did we lose Lota, or what happened?
You can hear me?
Okay, now I can. Sorry. I couldn't hear you for a second.
Oh, sorry about that. Now, guys, we need to break this impervious wall which has been there between us whom largely a bigger chunk of us who are leading from the front line of this movement are people who have transitioned from high school, from primary school to high school, and then from high school to tertiary institutions. That is one thing that we know for sure. That, and when you hear politicians telling our people, telling people out there that within these streets that, you know, these guys have been paid by organizations to come and ruin your businesses, they have actually, these are people who have mastered the tricks of division. They know that most of these people have, as I've said, they did not transit. These people who are in these Eastlands, mita tu hapa. These are the people who did not transition to wengi ambao wako pale ni watu ambao wakuenda universities, ni watu ambao wamehustle, walimaliza primary school, mtu akaingia streets akaanza kuhustle, akajenga kabiashara kake. So these people are just the low hanging fruits for the politicians. Wao wanawafikia mbele, wanawapiga na propaganda. You know, these guys have been paid, they want to come and destroy your businesses, and that is what they hold. And then, you know, the media and the press, these are actually controlled by these billionaire politicians. Yeah, whatever they run there, actually right now we are better off because we have scholars there, we have people who have the same mindset as us, who are contributing positively from within that domain. But there are also challenges from within, and they know those who work in the media sector, they know this. You find that the media, mostly the vernacular media, which reaches majority of Kenyans, including those who are in huko kwa mitaa, you will find them listening to Inoro, Kameme, whatever. At least right now, things have been, and Ramogi and others. Right now, things have been different. Kitambo kidogo, they used to invite politicians to come there and vomit, gibberish, and giving them platforms to come and lie to our people, to our parents, to our dear parents and our dear brothers and sisters.
I don't know if you're done, if you got interrupted, because I can hear you again.
And then I think I will just have to drop and then.
No. You like everything was so clear, and then it kind of goes off like for like a flip second. And then,
Oh, sorry.
But let me ask you a question here. Maybe
Yeah.
a quick one before I give someone else a chance. So
Yes,
then,
please.
do you think we need to take this movement into these airspaces and airwaves so that we are able to counter the negative narrative and then introduce the movement?
Yes, Jim. We need to do that, and we need to use every avenue that we can. We have our courts, and that's why I singled out Wakili Okemo. He's here and he's listening. I have seen, and all of us we know that the kind of fear that we have is because of getting out there and expressing ourselves. It's because the police will meet us with, uh, inhumane, all sort of brutality will be meted upon us, and we might even lose our lives. That is the fear that even our parents have every time. Just the other week, that was the last Thursday, not this Thursday, the last Thursday, I was in town, and I happened to meet with a lady around Apo Kencom, and I was going to KMTC. I had some businesses there. The lady was going to City Mortuary, and we had a conversation with her. When she heard me saying that I want to go to City Mortuary, she approached me. She asked me, "Oh, you have a missing person?" I told her, "No, I'm not going to City per se. I'm going to KMTC, and then I might pass by City Mortuary. I have a friend there." Now I listened to the lady as she poured out her soul and telling me how her nephew was brutalized and killed and booked in as a case of mob justice. Well, clearly it was police doing. It was, a death, a homicide perpetrated by the men in uniform. Clearly, guys, we need to focus our strengths where it matters most. We need to challenge the regime the way it has been by, first of all, addressing even the issues of police. How do we fix this police force? How do we ensure that it lives within the scope of Article 244 of the Constitution? Because the objects and functions of the police service are there. We need to ask ourselves, is the National Police Service Act fine by the way it is, the way it has been framed? Because even the curriculum through which the police forces, the police officers are trained through, these guys are trained in a manner that they are told that you don't have rights, you don't matter. The bosses can do anything that they would wish to do with you, and they are told that the public, the mob, is their enemy.
I think you got interrupted again. Okay, my friend, you got interrupted again. Okay.
Let me yield, and then maybe
Yeah.
someone else can.
All right. I'll engage somebody. I'll probably there's one question I would have wanted you to respond to, but let me engage someone else for a second, because I think now we have another pile up of requests. I think it's engineer. Is it Kakuman Amos? There's something that keeps coming up. Do you think the movement can succeed through highlighting the actually challenges that the police are facing, especially the housing system and everything, so that it brings it closer to our movement for them to understand that we are fighting for them and not against them? So because I think that was being someone suggested that, and I thought that probably could be something we can start highlighting even to the within the movement, the platforms we have, but also in the international stage, so that they see that these police, they live in deplorable places, and they will understand that we are not their enemies. We are fighting for them. Engineer Crickets.
Thank you so very
Or
much.
Kakuman.
Yes, this is
Okay.
Kakuman. Exactly. You pronounce it very
Amos, I
well.
can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh gosh. Maybe it's my network. Can you guys hear Amos?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you very well.
No, nobody can hear Amos. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to. Amos, we
Yeah,
can hear
no,
you. I cannot
No,
hear you.
we can hear him.
Oh, you can
do I
hear him.
know?
Okay, so then it's
Yeah,
my
we
network.
can. I
Okay,
can hear you
so
very well.
go ahead, Amos. I don't know what's wrong with my network then. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you so very much, Coyote and JM, for the great job you are doing. First of all, I want to thank every individual who is playing a part in this movement. So far, we are winning. I want first of all to confirm that I'm a millennial who deals very much with older people. And I can confirm that not every older person is against the movement. We have wooed so many people to our end,
and you can confirm from the latest political divisions. The first thing that we should note is that we have numbers. And as a political scientist, I can tell you that numbers are very strong and scary to the political class. Second,
Hey guys, let me know if you can hear me because I'm literally struggling with my internet. Anybody's okay? So in Kenya, you can hear me because I probably removed Amos by mistake. So let's have someone else, and then when Amos comes back, he will make his submission. I apologize for that. So Kenya, can you go ahead so I can, because I think I can hear you.
okay, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Just give me 100 if you can hear me. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. First, I want to say, like, we're really making a progress. Kiangalia, whatever we're doing as Kenyans, we're making a progress. But the main issue that we're too tribalistic. It doesn't matter whether you're Gen Z or whatever, millennial, we're too tribalistic. That is our main downfall. With the little appointment wamefanya sahi, you can actually see the division coming in. The movement has started to divide itself, right? We, as a people, we gotta be honest. We gotta be honest and talk about this tribalism, right? When your people are out of government, you anti-government. But when your people are in government, you pro-government. It cannot work like that. So if you voted in 2002, up to right now, you're almost 40 years old, right? So all the 22 years, all that is down the drain, right? We've not made a significant effort as a country. Why? Because when it comes to election time, it doesn't matter whether you're educated or you're the guy from uko mashinani or rural areas. We all go vote along our tribal lines. I personally think that's our main problem. I gotta be honest, guys. That's our main problem. And if we go up to 2027, if we want to make a change, a real change, we gotta clear out all them old guys, fresh, new blood from all the 6 elective posts, MCA to the president, if we really want to make a change. Because if we've been doing this, those old guys, we need them, but they'll be sitting on the bench. Out kwa masab, they're gonna be watching from the bench. Lazima tuweke mikakati ya kubadilisha nchi. 20 years from 02 to right now is almost 22 years. Imeenda hivyo. Hakuna significant change. I'm talking about significant change that we've made as a country. If you are millennial, you are in there. Mwapiga vitu kikabila, right? It's not even, the politicians are not the problem. We gotta look at ourselves. Every 5 years, we are given CVs of all the selective posts. But what do we elect? Whom do we elect? And when will it stop? Right? We need to be serious as a people. Right? We gotta make sure, like, in every 10 or 15 years, we have to make a significant change in a country. Our grandfather cannot be having in a shithole country or third world country, then we're gonna die, right? Living behind a third world country. No, we have to make a change. These developed countries like in Dubai, wameji organize. I personally believe we don't need any of those old guard, new guys. The parliament should be clean. We have to be serious of who tunachagua. We have to be serious. It doesn't matter. whether uko Kisumu huko unaenda kusimama huko Nyandarua, and you have to pita. We have to put your mambo ukabila kando. We are not going anywhere kama tuyenye ukabila, right? Na somebody amesema ukiwa rural areas or whatever. No, listen, ukienda kununua unga ya sima, pakiti ya sima, you gonna pay the same price, you gonna feel the same pinch, huh? So whoever huyo mtu hajafika hajasoma huko in rural areas, he'll feel the pinch the same way you're feeling the pinch. Maybe his economic status itakuwa not the same as you, but he's still gonna feel the pinch. Guys, I believe this generation from millennial kwenda Gen Z kwenda juu, we are educated, tumesoma vizuri, we understand these things, but we have to put the country forward. We have to make sure inchi imekuwa developed. Hizi kakuwa every time people are going to Saudi and all this Middle East, Europe and America. When will you make our Kenya and America? Right? Right now, those Chinese, Japanese, those guys are busy with science, making bombs, making computers, making phones, but what we busy doing what? Man, Mungu hakutengeneza wazungu and all those guys asubuhi and then he neglected us. It's just us. That I don't know, the guy from I think is Traore, whatever his name, from West Africa, right? I think he's 35, 36. Ameona. I say no, he's tired. He's kicked those guys. He wants to make Burkina Faso, I think it's Burkina Faso, whatever, right? That's the level of seriousness. We as a people, we need to be serious. Mimi, I'm the ruthless. I don't buy anything. We don't need wakina Raila, wakina Ruto, fagia yote. Those guys have been, they have failed kabisa. Right? Only thing we're getting, hao ni kujitajirisha na beneficiaries. Umpatiwe minister, sijui upatiwe nini na nini. How do you know? Huh? Wewe unapiga kura, unapanga line, you don't even get anything. If Raila becomes a president or whatever becomes a president, right? Only, if you are a Luo, only 100,000 Luo might benefit. The rest, let's say the rest won't benefit. We have to be serious. Kwani, what are these Wazungus doing? Huh? What are these Arab countries doing ambao wakina Dubai and Saudi? Huh? We have to make Kenya a better place, right? And we have to make, like right now, we need to make sure, as we are fighting Ruto right now, sisi kama watu ambao Gen Z and millennials and whoever wants to change Kenya, we have to be real with ourselves. Tunachagua mtu based on seriousness akonayo na inchi kumove forward, right? Mkambo ukisimama huko Kisumu, unapita, because you want to change Kenya, right? Hii mambo ukabila itatumaliza. Ati sasa unaangalia sasa, some guys have been appointed in the position, Luos, and you see what happened in Mombasa huko, anaenda wanapatiwa. Hiyo ni mambo gani sasa? Mnataka kubadilisha Kenya mambo gani? Na let's be honest, some of us Gen Z na millennials, we are tribal, we are too tribal. Lazima tuambiane ukweli, mficha uchi yazai, lazima tuambie ukweli. Hii mambo ukabila, tusipige siasa hapa kwa X, and then when it comes to like voting or making a change, it doesn't matter kama huyu jamaa Citizen KTN anamwonyesha is polling 1%. Let us stick on the right thing. Tuambiane ukweli, let us stick on that one thing. Say some other guys wanasema, oh, I did a mistake, I voted for this guy. No, you didn't do a mistake, you knew what was doing. Ulipatiwa CV. These guys, we have their track record from Mbunge, women rep, MC, tuko na track, but tunachagua leaders wabaya. Umesoma, umepatiwa hizo KCPE, KCSE, ABCD. ABCD, you choose the right answer is A. You ignore the other three answers because they were wrong. Right? It's the same thing when you're going to piga kura, tunapatiwa. Each candidate, tunaambiwa tuchague the right candidate. But what do we do? Maze, Kenya lazima we gotta move this country to where that there's no brain drain. We want to take pride in our country. Unasikia watu wanasafiri, were going to somewhere, wanaenda. Those stories are so painful. So mimi, I'll advise, my thing is like, we need to make sure that hii cancer ya ukabila, because the problem is ukabila, tusidanganyane ati sijui na nini especially in those major cities hizo kama Nairobi, Mombasa, huko Kisumu, huko cosmopolitan, mtu akisimama, somebody who has a vision, he'll get what to 400 votes. Ukabila imetushika na hizo partism, na wave, it is ODM wave, it is PNU wave, it is UDA wave. What is that? And hizo cosmopolitan towns, they should be leading by electing people who are development minded, but they don't do that. Wanaenda na wave. Ikifika, when it reaches a time that people will vote mature leaders regardless of the party, Kenya will move forward. But hii siasa nyingine tunapiga, we gotta put also a test, mtihani. Like right now, mimi, with president appointing opposition, it is a blessing, right? Why am I saying it is a blessing? Kwa sababu inaonyesha very well that Kenyans are by themselves. You cannot bank on opposition. You cannot bank on the government. So what do we need to do? We need to start vetting ourselves, preparing for the next election, kama itafika or not. We have to vet ourselves, right, to make sure, okay, where do you stand, right? And we don't look at you at Kabila. Now, whoever is vetted, we need to put him somewhere like, kama we ni Msomali unaenda unasimama like Muranga huko. Now we want to see if people from Muranga can elect that guy who is vetted. We have to vet ourselves. And people have to be serious. We have to be serious, like ile seriousness. Hii nyingine ni mzaa tu. Hii ni mchezo, ati sijui tunapiga kelele hapa. No, mtu usisingizie people huko mashinani kwa sababu hawana kisomo. Sisi pia,
Right. On that, as you land, I just
right,
want to have a very quick, maybe 30 seconds engagement with you. So the question is, with the movement that we have now, that we are talking about, tribeless, do you think the current movement is succeeding in trying to change the narrative of tribal politics in any way?
it's succeeding online, but what we need to see is action. We need to see us as a people. If we make sure this thing is tribeless, is it really portraying when it comes to appointment time, when it comes to making this decision? That is where the main core of the issue lies. Take, for example, when they appointed the opposition, you can see some divisions, right? What does that mean? And yet again, before that, they were here saying, oh, Ruto must go. When their guys or when their people have been appointed, they shift on the other side, right? What does that show? We and people, okay, some of us are serious. I'm not saying like not all of us, but that actually is the test of this movement. But it is also good because we need to learn from the appointment of that the guy has done. We have to be serious on whoever. So if we are in this movement, we have to be, hata kama ni 10 people, we have to be serious. We have to change this country.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
appreciate that, man. I appreciate you.
No. Great submission. Appreciate
Yeah,
it. Appreciate you.
yeah.
We all appreciate you. Amos, if you can go. Sorry, we lost you earlier. Amos.
Thank you so much, JM. I can now get you clearly. I want to thank you for the good job. Muso the Mchanga account. This gives us a chance at least to take this movement to another level. First of all, I want to inform each and every person here that we are winning. The reason why I'm saying we are winning, you can see the other camp is in fear. Secondly, the other camp is divided. And once the other camp is in fear and divided, then we are conquering. Why am I saying the other camp is in fear? I told you I'm a political scientist, though I'm a software engineer by profession, but in a country where I schooled political science is compulsory. So I also learned some politics, and I can tell you, once you see the enemy in fear and divided, you should not give up or maybe change what you are doing. First of all, the enemy is in fear to a level that he has decided to reinforce his team by trying to bring what he calls a broad-based whatever. Secondly, he has also pulled the military out of the barracks. Once you see the military out of the barracks and you see the political class trying to unite, it means the Ruto regime is in fear of going down. And by bringing the four individuals on board, politically speaking, I can tell you it has divided the political class. What are they now trying to do? Number one, they are trying to divide our movement. Secondly, they are trying to sell fear to us through goons, through military, through whatever they are doing. Thirdly, the political class is trying to unite in their old fashion of tribal lines and regional alignments. Lastly, they are testing waters by trying to go out and see if what they have done is bearing fruits. How can we counter whatever they are doing? First of all, let me go to your last question that you did ask Kenya. You did ask him if our movement is succeeding in terms of killing tribal politics. 100% I can tell you it has killed tribal politics in Kenya. As we are here on X right now, I'm not looking at whose name is who or who comes from what region. So long as I identify myself as a Kenyan or anybody who can unite to change this country, I'm accepted. Secondly, once you see the two mega tribes that had called themselves the shareholders trying now to bring other people on board, calling it broad-based whatever, it means that the movement has now gained in terms of killing the tribal lines that were now ruling in our political circles, and the system is changing. We have succeeded tremendously. Now, what should we do to counter what the enemy is doing? Number one, I said the enemy is trying to divide us. What should we do? We should now counter it by uniting more than we used to do previously. How can we be stronger than we used to be when we started this movement? Number one, on unity, we are techno-savvy. The other camp has no idea. It will still go with the old school ways of going to getting into political rallies and maybe moving from place to place. Let's have a united front in terms of social media, if it is X, if it is TikTok, on whatever platform you are in. Let's sue our brothers and sisters into one political front, a movement that is strong. How can we do that? Somebody raised a very good idea of decentralizing this movement. Let's not decentralize in terms of maybe our movement, in terms of maybe our attack or targets, but let's decentralize in terms of knowing each other and now taking it down to mashinani. We can do that by either maybe creating small WhatsApp group. I remember the days when we used to campaign for Ruto. He formed so many WhatsApp groups that we used to share ideas in. And the good thing with WhatsApp is that it cannot be infiltrated like X or these other things. It is encrypted to all the ends, so nobody can get whatever you are doing. Let's form these WhatsApp groups maybe in every constituency or every ward, and get into it so that we can have serious meetings and plans. Now, like for the Nane, if we had such a decentralized grouping, we would now just be knowing who is where and how can we reach each other to make sure that Nane is successful. Once we are united and making sure that we use our technological ability to bring down this government, to make sure that our issues can be bought by each and every age group, then we shall succeed. Secondly, the enemy is selling fear. How can we counter the issue of fear? So far, you can see the numbers dwindling. You can see each time, every now and then, whenever we go to the street, the numbers are reducing. How can we reduce the fear so that this movement can continue being courageous, strong as it was? In the groups that we are going to form and in the ideas that we are raising, let's make sure we woo the police and the older generations into this movement. We have the numbers that the political class is fearing. You know, there is nothing scary to a politician like a movement that has so many people like the Gen Zs and the millennials and these other age groups that are supporting us. Let's make sure that we woo the police by bringing them on board through whipping their emotions. You know very well that the police in this country are not well paid. The police in this country are not well housed. The police in this country are not well taken care of. If we can form agendas that also include the police issues and encourage the the police also to understand what we are doing, like we did in the first days of this movement, we had brought so many people on board that it scared the political class. I can tell you for sure that the police are not that much learned, and that does not mean that they are not intelligent. These people, once we bring them on board through advocating for their issues as well, they will also join us, and they can even down their tools. You remember there was one police officer, I remember he was was it Community Prison or something. He used to protest with us. That is just an indication that these people also have issues to raise. If we can raise their issues as well, they will join us. How will we kill the fear among us? Let's educate each and every member of this movement of their rights, of what they are supposed to do and what they are not supposed to do whenever we go out. Once somebody has known the power that he has, the knowledge that the individual acquires concerning his rights and what he's supposed to do or not, this person will not fear anything. And for sure, I can tell you, we are not fearing anything. If there is anybody who is trying to think that we are fearing anybody, we are not going to fear. We are even ready, as we speak, to lose our life for the betterment of this nation. But we don't want to lose more people. So what should we do next so that we don't continue losing people, but we make sure that this movement is going places? I had talked of the political class trying to unite. I want us to counter what they're trying to do. You can see very well that once the political class is united, we are going to lose some numbers. There are those individuals who will follow their own. But not everybody will follow their own. You listen to James Orengo, you listened to Wajakoya, you've listened to several politicians, including Babu Owino. They are against what Baba did. I can just call it as it is, what Baba did, because when I listened to what Kaluma was saying in Parliament, Kaluma did put it clearly that Baba tomorrow make sure you forward those names to Ruto, and he did, because the following day Ruto came out and read the names. So how can we counter the unity of the political class? Number one, the Salimia method was very powerful. If we could have continued silencing these politicians in every platform they're using, even if you are only the one person heckling a politician, do it. Because once he is heckled, I'm telling you, the fear that he will have to do it elsewhere will now give us power to control what they say. Once we do the Salimia thing and the silencing, not giving them microphones in churches, in funerals, or wherever we meet them, it will kill what they're trying to do by testing waters. I saw yesterday when Ruto went to Kilifi, he was heckled by a few individuals. I'm telling you, he knows very well, and that is why he tried trying to sell Aisha Juma. That's why he talked of, I will bring Aisha Juma on board. I will not leave her. Just because of the few individuals who heckled him. Once we also sell the idea of retirement, age factor in politics, and the corruption, mega corruption scandals that the politicians who are trying to unite have so far cost this country, I'm telling you, we are going to woo so many people on our side. What I said earlier on, I told you that
maybe in 30 seconds as you wrap up.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Now, as I conclude, I had mentioned earlier on that with the millennials and the Gen Zs, we have numbers. Let's maintain numbers and increase numbers. Secondly, let's use technology. The technology we have can bring down this system very fast. As a software engineer, I can tell you that if each and every individual in this movement used his own profession like we did in the first days, we are going to win. Let's bring down their systems. If it is maybe creating things that will bring down their systems just for days, it is just a matter of sabotaging what they are doing. Once we do that, apart from just going to the street, we can bring this system down by use of our technology and our numbers. I want to thank each and every person who is trying to do anything for this movement. I encourage you not to give up. I encourage you to make sure that you recruit more, give more information to others, so that we can maintain the base that we had as a group. And I know that we'll succeed. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you, engineer. That was really, really powerful. Great points, excellent submission. We do appreciate. Probably gonna give to Mercy, and then maybe after that, Sonko can take over, because at 3 a.m. I've started dozing. So Mercy, if you can go, and then who have obviously Cherry, Pius, and Esther going, and then we can move to the other speakers. Mercy, please.
Okay, thank you, Jam. Just some heads up. I'm kind of in a noisy place, so you'll hear some background noises. So I apologize in advance. Okay, to begin with, I'm looking at in terms of the constitution, that the Kenya Constitution, and so far I'm seeing everything that is in the constitution. The clauses that I've read so far, they're in favor of Kenyans. In terms of, you can see like the cabinet that they have appointed. We have people that have gone to court petitioning the same, and having they appointed before even they have been interviewed. They've been I don't know, in parliament. They've gone through the process in parliament. The people already in court are trying to object the nominations. So whatever we are doing, we have to do it according to the constitution. Constitution allows us to go out there and protest, of which you can see the police, they're trying to brutalize us not to do that. And that is part of our constitutional right to go on the street, to have the right to protest. So far, we have seen the president, he's trying to go against the constitution, the same constitution that he held and promised Kenyans that he'll protect. He's going against everything that is in that constitution. We've also seen that some people have also gone to the court to have the president out of the office on the basis of his violating the constitution. As Kenyans, I'd like to urge everyone that mostly those ones in Nairobi, or if you also find your time in Nairobi, if during the hearing of those petitions, if you can also be there outside the court to show solidarity, like, yes, we are pro the constitution, and no, we are not allowing people to violate the constitution, because you've given them power to serve us, and they're using the same power to violate this constitution. If we can be there, if we can get the dates of the hearing, so that we can also avail ourselves outside the parliament, outside the court, and try to show solidarity, like we the people, we are in solidarity of having these people out of office, because they're violating the constitution, the same constitution that they promised to protect. Another issue is the civic education. Okay, as much as you're in the spaces, I'll also like to urge, if let's say you're in your up countries, try and sit down with also your peers, and as you're listening to these spaces, also have them listen to them, so that they can also be enlightened. In terms of most of them, you can see Ruto when he's trying to convince people that the movement is for the destruction of the country, he goes to mashinani, those rural places where they're not quite enlightened. So with us, when you're going home, you're going back to your rural areas, try and sit down with your peers, try and educate them. Your parents, when you sit down with them, most of them, they feel we are also against the government, of which this is not the case. We are pro the constitution. We want system that works. That's why we are on the streets. So also our parents try and educate them of their rights, And also I've had people mentioning the police. They are facing some challenges, of which I've realized most of them don't really know. They're supposed to maintain law and order, but they don't really know what they're supposed to do. They have been hired through the back doors, so they've gone through that system of they've seen how you can conduct extortions from citizens using the power of you have the uniform. They've seen how you can do illegal things, but they don't really know what's right. They've been there for long. They've seen this system going downhill, so they take it as a norm to them. So as you're also going to do this civic education, also when you have friends who are police officers, try and talk to them, try and also get them to know their rights, what's wrong and what's not, what's right and what's wrong, so that they can also, when they're having this, they're having instructions from their bosses, they can easily gauge if it's the right thing to do or not. Most of them ni kama wamebebewa akili or something, so they're also doing what's, they're just following orders. And then there was some mentioning of maybe having leaders in the movement, people who will also have to table our interests to maybe the president. Personally, I think that is a wrong move. Because one, we have power in the leaderless motion that you're trying to push across, sorry. When you're on the street, you're there as a person, you feel that pain that you're going through in your home. Like shida zako za nyumbani ndo zinakuweka hapo kwa street. Personally, nilienda kwa a government hospital. The very first protest that I participated, I was in a lot of pain and I went to a government hospital. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, I have NHIF, I can use NHIF to get treated. So I went there and they told me, currently we're not accepting NHIF here, and it's a government hospital, it's a public hospital. Now they're telling me they're not accepting NHIF. What I can do, I should pay cash. Now I had my ATM card, so I thought, let me go and withdraw and pay. I didn't have my phone at that time. Let me go and withdraw and pay. And I was told, no, it's if I have to make payment, I have to make payment using M-Pesa. So I went back, I went home having the same pain, not treated. On my way, I had to stop because I saw people wanaandamana and all that. So I had to stop and join them. I had to distract myself so that I don't feel that pain. So we want system that work. Like we are on the street because of hizo shida zenye tunapitia as Kenyans. We're not on the street because of maybe Osama has told us to go, maybe Hanifa has told us to go. No, we're on the street because we feel that pain. Like personally, when you are in your house, una feel no, hii nyumba haikaliki. Like I have this 100 bob, nafaa niende nilipie fare, nifanye nini, ninunue chakula, vitu zimepanda, everything ziko uko juu. And then the people that we've elected that are supposed to protect us Kenyans, hao ndo wakifika huko wanaongeza mishahara zao, they're trying to demean us, ile tukwe beggars, ndo wakikuja when they're trying to sell their impunity, we support them because wanatupatia 100 bob, wanatupatia 50 bob, tunaona okay, he's our Jesus, ametusave. But in real sense, wanatukanyaga, wanatunyanyasa, ndo we become hopeless. Wakikuja wakianza kutuambia wanaturushia 20 bob, and so that tunafurahia, tunaona ni kama wanatutetea. So pia hiyo civic education, we need people to know our rights. Hiyo mambo na kwa leaderless, watu watanunuliwa, watu watakuwa intimidated, au wenye mtakuwa mmechagua leaders, they'll be threatened to submit. You've seen Raila, when you're engaging an evil person, when you're trying to fight evil, you try as much as possible, not that your evil is consume. Raila amepigania evil, amepigania hii impunity in the government for so long. At some point ni kama anaona haoni mwangaza. So his only hope ni ajoin that evil. Maybe anafikiria akiwa hapo ndani, he'll try and work the system akiwa hapo ndani. But that is not the case. We stand with the constitution. The constitution serves the people of Kenya. Tunaenda kotini, hata hao judges waende walipo wahonge, but tumewa implement pia hapo. how tumewadrag wasije wakasema we didn't do what was right, we didn't follow the right channels. We did, but we did not stand with the people of Kenya. We implicate pia hao tukienda kwa koti, wakienda wakilipwa wafanye rulings that are not just, tumewa-implicate. Wapia wameingia kwa the books, history will judge them. We do everything as per the constitution. The constitution allows us to go out there and demonstrate. The police are supposed to protect us, but wameingia into their offices, they don't even know what's wrong and what's right, or wanna follow to the hizo impunity, hizo mashida za hizo mauongo zenye wanapewa na their bosses. They can't even reason on their own. And we're also fighting for them. Hiyo pesa yenye wameongezwa sijui 1,000 and sijui what. Utaenda ukaina 1,000 ufanyie nini? Utanunua unga, ununue this, ununue that. Within a day imeisha. Like, we need them to be paid well. We need them to afford the kind of lifestyle that the people that they're protecting are also having that kind of lifestyle. Uko hapo kama bodyguard wa huyu mtu anakupatia hizo mabakishishi, which is so wrong. You need to live, unaka, like when serving someone, unamserve na hiyo raha yote, because you're also benefiting, familia yako pia imekaa poa. As much as you're also fighting, as much as the police are fighting us, we are also fighting for their rights. We want them to live well, to have good houses, watoto wao waishi maisha mazuri, wache kunyanyaswa ndo wanaona ni kama wakipewa 100, 200 wakiongezwa salary 1,000 wanaona ni kama Mungu wao amewaonekania. That's all for now. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mercy, for that submission. Very, very great sentiments there. Appreciate it. Let's go to, I believe, Sorrow, then Esther, and then Lady Justice. And then Sonko, you let me know what happens next. As you continue following the conversation, please remember that there is mwezi wa 8 tarehe 8 revolts and mobilizing everybody from across the country and even beyond to be part of the movement and to join. But also look at the Mchanga handled over there to contribute in support of the movement. So be part of it. Let's all join in. God bless. So, Pius.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Osauro. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Now, since morning I've been listening to the discussion that has been going on, and I'm so much energized because of what I've heard from colleagues, from Kenyans of goodwill, from Kenyans who know where we are and where we are supposed to be, from Kenyans who have not lost hope, and I'm so much encouraged. I want to agree with one of the speakers who have said that we are winning, and that should ring in our heads that this movement has won. I just want to say that we are winning because the system is shaken, has been shaken before, and we have seen the signs all over, and all the things that have been happening in the political arena show that the system really has been shaken a lot. If you look at what's happening, is that the president has never left this country for the last 1 month. A president who has always been known to be moving outside the country, especially making several trips to the Europe and in the US. He has been around now for a whole month without moving out. At least he has not moved out in broad daylight. Maybe if he moves out, maybe in the darkness, We don't know. Now, you see him today, he's moving around the country on top of his vehicles as if it is campaign time. As we speak, he's in the coast, traversing those areas. And if you listen to what he's saying, he's actually trying to ride on the decision that he made to invite the opposition figures into his government. These opposition figures are those people who are very critical of his leadership, right from Uhuru Ruto regime up to now. And these are people who are known to command masses. So these are the people that he has invited into his government. That means he knew that he's actually short of numbers, and he needed to increase his numbers. So the numbers that he expects to get will come from these opposition figures. One of them of such a figures is Joho here in the coast, and also Paranya from the western region, and also the others from here in the Luo Nyanza. Now, if you look at all this, he didn't invite these people because they could offer good leadership, but because of the numbers that he wants. That is politics, and therefore there is nothing that he has solved. Therefore, at that particular juncture, then we should realize that we have not achieved the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal was to have a country which is well led, a country which can offer opportunities to all, irrespective of gender, irrespective of tribe, irrespective of the clan, and so on. A country which focuses on development of the people, like we saw during Kibaki's regime, whereby immediately he took over from Moi, who had run down the economy. He formed, he brought together a group of technocrats, and he called it economic recovery. These people worked so hard to ensure that they have put in place measures that were to ensure that our economy comes back to where it's supposed to be. And indeed, they really achieved a lot. The economy gained a lot. Kibaki never went for the loans from the IMF or these other Bretton Woods institutions, but he used other means that did not hurt Kenyans to recover the economy. So you realize that this the president that we have right now is not interested in changing the economic status of Kenyans, but to a kind of regime that wants to be popular and famous, just like that, through rhetorics. And that's why they have brought in people who seem to be having numbers and nothing more than that. You realize that he has also taken taken Raila, and Raila has taken up his role in this government. And then we ask ourselves, what is the role of Raila? As we have looked at Raila, if you look at Raila critically in his past, from the time of Moi, you tend to get things which are very common. You realize that Raila comes in to save or to salvage a regime that is unpopular, a regime that is almost falling. That is the critical time that Raila comes in. You saw it, he did the same, he did that when he saved Moi, where he merged his party with KANU. At that time, the opposition had actually united against Moi, but he left the opposition and joined Moi. And by so doing, he weakened the opposition. so that he gave more life to Moi to continue mismanaging the country. Now you look at Kibaki, where he was also voted in, and when Kibaki was down, when people had said, no, Kibaki, you were defeated and therefore you have to go, Raila, instead of maintaining the stand of the people to ensure that Kibaki lives, he again joined hands to save Kibaki. You come to Uhuru, he did the same around 2018. He saved Uhuru, who was really badly hurt and wounded. He saved him, and Uhuru was able to complete his term. He is now here again to save Ruto, who was almost going down. And he is actually working so hard to ensure that he saves him. So that is the role of Raila in this Kenyan politics, and he gains a lot from it. So you can see Ruto has taken up this man, and he's assisting him. So what do we do now in this case as the people who are suffering, people who have been taxed to the core, people who have their businesses are falling, people whose healthcare is dying, they can't get medication, people suffering from cancer, people suffering from very serious illnesses, they cannot get medication in this country. What do we do? Young people cannot be sure, once they graduate from university, they cannot be sure of getting jobs. There are no jobs. And even the private sector, which was offering them jobs, Ruto is busy running them down, ensuring that they don't work, they don't succeed, and therefore there is no job creation. So in this case, the country is creating more jobless people, people who are going to move to the lowest form of life, that is the poor class. And even his policies now are actually even bringing down the middle class. Those people who have at least jobs, to ensure that they also go down. He introduces so many taxes. He makes policies that ensures that the businesses cannot run. Those people in jobs cannot earn anything useful that can help them save. He takes everything from their salaries. So in this case, what do we do? This is the time that we are supposed to be united
Can anyone hear me? Or is it me who is hearing everything is silent?
Yeah, personally, I can hear you.
Okay, maybe I can go with my points. I've just written them down. So I'm just going to read them, and everyone should be keen not to judge from the first points, but to judge until the end. I would say that the first win that we did as a country, I'm talking from since we voted for Ruto, it was that we chose to vote for Ruto as the president. The second win is that we did not choose Raila as the president. The third win is that we dropped the finance bill. The fourth win is that we have managed to be listened. It might not look a small listening, but it is a win. The fifth win is that they think the movement is funded, but it is from an individual determination that maybe I do not want leaders who are never accountable for their assignments. I would say I managed to be part of election journey, the last IBC election. And what I can say, election is done, but the number of people who work do not, they're never placed to their maybe area of voting. What does that imply to our country or to our nation? The numbers who are maybe clerks, POs, maybe DPOs, and maybe ROs, maybe DROs, and anyone who is chosen for that journey, do not vote. Why don't they vote? This is because they are placed into maybe far away areas where they do not maybe register themselves for voting. And then how does it imply to our country? It means that huge number is not going to vote, maybe, and it is a significant number to bring votes to our nation. All right. Being tribeless begins with oneself. Being leaderless, as a movement is called, begins with oneself. And I would say, can anyone stand on what you believe in? Then you have it. Since we gave a chance to Ruto to serve and has decided not to serve. So we have the right to remove him. All right. When someone says something that is not correct about an individual, it's just a sign of projecting what either one is wanting to do, or it's just a sign that has fear of the same. So I would say this is like what Ruto is saying, like our movement is paid, or maybe like he's saying there's no one who was killed. I mean, I know you said very few were killed, but that should not be the statement. It means he himself is a killer. And that's the reason as to why he can stand and say, maybe was the child alive? I mean, this shows that we are fearless and we have won. And this is something to be proud. I mean, one said to be grateful for a small win, because a small win is the one that leads to a big win. So we should not slap ourselves and say we did not win, or maybe it was in vain. I mean, we need to celebrate the small win that we have, because we have a greater mission for being a great, to have a great win. All right, let me continue with what I was reading. As I always say, to be an ambassador is something to be noted. Like, you do not know who is Like, do you know who is an ambassador? That's a question to everyone. Can we understand who is an ambassador? I know all of us have been to school, but do we really understand who is an ambassador? Because you die or live for that cause. It is a choice and has consequences. This is a book that we have written and which is being continued to be written. I feel we are all from different professions. And what do I mean by this? A lawyer of Gen Z need to be a lawyer in this movement. A doctor of Gen Z need to be a doctor in this movement. An engineer of Gen Z needs to be an engineer in this movement, and so on and so forth. All right, I'm ending my write-up. I know it might sound like it's an abuse, but allow me to use what I've written. We have babies in this movement. Babies are imitators in their growth. Can we be parents to the babies so that they grow very fast? This is because they can see us stand on ground and stand as ambassadors of Ruto must go. I mean, we have a week to go. Can we grow the babies and become parents like us? That's for Nane Nane revolts. Parents in the revolution are fearless and ready to die or live for the generation to come. Generation which is corrupt, free, and anything bad for our country. A winner is the one who stands until the race is over. Can we stand until the race is over? Maybe that's food for thought. Then, if you can, we are ready for the journey. Thank you so much. That's my few of my write-up that I had.
Okay, thank you so much, Esther, for sharing with us. I have been asleep and you're now Muka. Anyway, hope you guys are good. And Esther, welcome as the co-host. I just shared the invite with you. So immediately, the next speaker who I'm going to give and finishes, then you'll just come in as the co-host. Tribeless, I hope you are there.
Yeah, I'm here. Can I go on the mic?
Yeah, sure. Just go. Then immediately you finish your 3 minutes, hand over to Esther.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been here the whole night, the whole day. We bathe here, we take breakfast here, we are here because we want change. So now we are focusing mainly on the strategies and more specifically on how we're gonna lay ground for Nane Nane. But before that, allow me to also introduce this bit of it. These people, I said this yesterday, that everything in this country, everything, every law, every decision comes from the people. And the people, this decision comes in this way. Our representatives, who are our members of parliament, they definitely, they are the ones who make decisions on our behalf in parliament. And that's why we invaded parliament. So what does that tell you as youth and as Gen Zs? That we have to now focus on that parliament. We don't need, somebody said that, do we need qualifications to be a member of parliament? No, we don't need. We have the numbers. You can vie with any qualification that you have. The moment umezaliwa na umefika miaka 18 uko na kitambulisho, you can vie as a member of parliament. And because the High Court removed those restrictions, declared them illegal, restrictions of degree and blah, blah, blah. Why am I saying this? Because we have to be at the decision-making table. It is not, time has passed when we used to say that I don't want to get involved in politics, because you have come to realize that politics literally run every aspect of life. Politics run health, politics run food production, politics runs security, politics run job opportunities, politics run who gets a job, politics run who gets appointed to these big positions. in parastatals and in institutions of higher learning. So we can't assume it anymore. So for the long run, we have to ensure that we get our IDs and we become voters. But for the short run, this is what I think. And I brought this idea severally, and I said I will champion it. I have a different idea that, yes, we are leaderless, we are tribeless, and we are partyless. But have you ever asked yourself that Ruto went akatafuta Raila? That was the last decision that we thought he could do. That was the last decision he swore in churches that he never do. He will, in fact, he was saying the handshake was a charade, which brought this country a big shame. But look at him. He went and looked for this. And somehow that has helped him, has added him more power. And he is now moving around on top of vehicles. So what can we do? We also need to adopt new strategy to tackle it. And what is the strategy? I think, according to me, I think that at this particular point, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot bury our heads in the sand and we say we are we say we can't have organizers. Let us not have leaders. That I agree 100%. But let us have our organizers. Our organizers are people who are just our fellow comrades who we can say, well, on 8th of August, tunaenda pale Uhuru Park. We need a public address system. We need a dais. Esther, ama KOT, ama yo, ama nani. Wewe unatuorganizia hiyo, hii ndio mchango tunachanga, unatuorganizia hiyo. That is not a leader. That is just one of us helping us so that tukienda pale watu milioni 15, siwezi ongea na mdomo na mtu wako kule nyuma nisikize. We lack meaning. We lack agenda. This is the kind of, we need organizers so that when we have a rally, for example, because at this particular point, we need to tackle this man politically as well. Akienda pale Homa Bay kwa kina Mbadi pale kwetu, sisi tuko Uhuru Park, watu milioni 5. Akikanyaga pale Lamu, tuko Mombasa. Tunasema sasa Gen Z, leo our rally is in Mombasa. Akienda pale Busia, tuko na yeye Bungoma. That's how I think, let us take this thing to another level. Let us adopt new ways. And to adopt new ways is, let us have organizers, not leaders, because leaders, we obviously know the consequences. But let us have our organizers so that going forward, we know that the way Anifa is doing it, for example, Anifa is not our leader, but look, tumechanga pesa kwake, ameweza kulipia bills, wengine bado ana verify wenye waliumia, she's not our leader. Unaona, that is the kind of arrangement we should have, where no one goes to K24 or Citizen TV or NTV, ama naita press conference and say I'm speaking on behalf of Gen Zs. No, that we don't want. We just want
0 seconds.
Yes, 1 second. We just want organizers amongst ourselves who can help us. So ndio hata kama ni KOT, hata akishikwa bado tunaweza endelea kwa arrange rally. Wewe Esther, leo ukishikwa wameona ni wewe, kesho ni organizers a new set. Mpaka watushike wote, mpaka tujae hiyo jail, mpaka hata wao wenyewe wakimbie. Thank you.
Asante sana Tribeless. That was very great. Let's have Bella. Bella, are you in? Bella?
Hey, niko a bit elder. Someone else can speak.
Okay. Simba, are you in? Simba, are you in? Simba?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, good
Daisy.
morning. Yeah,
Okay, go ahead, Simba.
yeah, so sorry, I took a nap. It's in different time zones. So, anyways, but I will let another person take the mic, and then probably I contribute later.
Okay, that's okay. Lady, are you in? Lady, are you in? Okay, let's have Farah. Farah is ready. Go ahead, Farah. Farah, are you nearing your speaker? Because I feel you're not audible, Farah. All right, let's have Farah, are you in? Okay, let me see who is next. Hashim. Hashim, are you in? All right, let me drop the speakers because maybe they might have taken a nap, and then I'll bring others on board. Just give me a minute and then I'll bring others on board. A minute. Okay, Pius, are you in? Pius? Pius, are you in?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I had actually spoken earlier, but I was cut short.
Yeah, that I know.
Yes. So let me just complete what I was saying. I was actually saying that what are we supposed to do now that we seem to be having a government which is not intending to solve our problem. Instead, what they want to do is to escalate them. They escalate them by bringing in now even those whom we thought were on our side, like the opposition. Now, we should first of all identify who are our enemies. Definitely, all of us agree that the Ruto's government or regime is not working for us. It's not working for us because if it was working for us, the kind of noise that we have made here for the last 1 month, if their agents could have sat somewhere, even without being identifying themselves, and they take notes, the ideas that we have been giving here for the last 1 month are enough to make a government that is pro-people. But now, instead, what they do, they come here to, to do other sinister things. They come here and now, instead of solving the issues that we have raised, they poach the opposition to come to their side so that they can have even more numbers for our cause, but to destroy us. So in this case, we should be able to identify our enemy. This regime is not working for us. We are not their bosses because we as the bosses have told them what we need done, we need them do. But they have decided not to do it. What they are doing is something different. Who is their real bosses? Their real bosses could be somebody outside this country, and we should be able to identify them. And so that we can also now, going forward, we should also focus on these bosses their new bosses that they have. Number two, we should now re-strategize. We, as the people who are still remaining, we have people who are learned here. We have doctors. We have teachers. We have even the police. We have businessmen and women. We have several other people. These people, they have something that they feel is not being done properly. And that's why last time you could see we were united, all these people were there. Even when our people were being hurt in the roads or in the streets, they were there to treat them. We had lawyers who were going and offering pro bono services to those people who were just being taken to court over lumped up cases. So if we can reunite once more, so that we identify the issues the doctors have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the teachers have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the businessmen and women have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the lawyers have, they become our issues. We identify the issues the police have, they become our issues. And all these other people in the society, I'm very sure they are here, they are with us. So once we do that, we start now tackling them. We have people across board that can identify to our cause. Because where I am, some people ask, why are these people going to the streets? Why are they going to the streets? A number of people do not see, they cannot identify, themselves with what is going on in the streets. So that when we are trying to solve a problem, that problem touches a number of people within the society. If we want to say now the issues the medical doctors have are our issues, we say today we want these issues sorted once and for all. Then the medical doctors and all those other people will come and join us, and we sort out that problem. We sort out a problem to do with teachers. We come as a team and we say these are the issues that we want to sort out. The teachers will see their issues being addressed, the doctors will see their issues being addressed, and they will identify themselves with those issues. So I think if we can go that way, we'll be able to have the numbers that we needed to have. The other thing is that these people are not in our platforms, like in X or in other social media. Nowadays, Ruto has made even internet more expensive. You just have some data, and this data doesn't even last. He has made it possible that Safaricom increases these charges because of the taxes that he has imposed. So many people cannot afford to be in the platform long enough to listen to these discussions. And you see, these discussions are there from morning to evening. So how can we reach these other people down there? One of our speakers have said that we should now be more organized, that we can hold these, we can say, rallies, in some kind of rallies down there, so that this other group of people who cannot afford to come to these platforms can also get this message directly from the people who are knowledgeable. So that is another way that we can sort out this issue. Remember, the politicians are now moving around the country. Very soon you will hear they will be organizing like some rallies, I don't know what they call it, that now they are celebrating the appointment of some people. Joe will hold his in the coast, all those politicians will go there. And there are so many people who will accept their lies. They will also go to Western, they go to Oparanya's place. Many people will come to the stadium in Kakamega and listen to their lies, thinking that Oparanya is going to address their issues. Oparanya will never address their issues. In fact, Oparanya, Joho, and those others, they are the minority in this government. And therefore, they cannot bring any change. In fact, they are the ones who are going to change to speak the wheelbarrow language. They will never speak their own language. They have no language to speak because they cannot convince the majority. So there is nothing that they are going to do for us. In fact, things are going to be worse. Parliament now is going to be, there is not going to be a minority group because the minority has already sunk into the majority. So all the bills, all the bad bills that you can think of are going to pass in Parliament without scrutiny. Nobody's going to raise nobody's going to raise alarm over certain bills which are being taken, which are being passed in Parliament. So if there was a time that we are supposed to be united more than ever, it's now, because now the enemy has regrouped and it has become a huge monster. And therefore, for us to confront that, we have to be a monster more than them. Thank you.
Asante sana Pius. Don't worry. I know we can have a lot of information that we need to drive it home. Don't worry. You will get another more time. Thank you so much for those informative data. I have engineer, go ahead. And those who want to speak, you can just raise your hand so that it can be easy for me to point out, because some of us are having naps or some of us may be in other maybe events. So
Esther,
go
this
ahead,
one,
engineer, if you're present.
Esther.
Thank you so very much, Esther.
Sorry, Steve.
Yes, I was just joining some meeting, and I would requested maybe I share my thoughts immediately. Then my very compatriot Pius to take it on is a kind request.
Wait a minute. Engineer, are you okay? Steve, to go ahead?
Yes, I'm okay, Esther. Let him go ahead.
Go ahead, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me that opportunity, and thank you, my brother Pius, for that courtesy. Now, mine is a quick one in regards to what happened yesterday. It happened that I attended a funeral in Siaya, and I saw members of the political class there, and the message was clear. There's a young man who stood out as a Gen Z and point fingers direct to the political class and warn them that their time is up. It was echoed, and I really love the courage, and I would want to ask most of us now to have that kind of spirit of being bold to speak out to the power. Secondly, I like what this is not to include the politician into this discussion, but I was overwhelmed yesterday by the speech made by James Orengo, standing firm, telling everyone, and anyone will tell you, he was telling Raila that time is up for people to be swayed, misused, and also getting into political arrangement without taking care of the Gen Zs. And he also informed him that most likely what we are going to witness in the coming days, youth will not be misused. That is what he said. And I like that. And I'm encouraging each one of us in forums that you'll be joining. Some of us are in the village now. We meet people. We try to provide civic education, inform them about their rights, and inform them about our agenda. And I thank you all. Now that the Gen Z still remain leaderless, that is the best thing to do, because, when we have leaders, that is when they target leaders. And also when we have leaders, then those are the people they can also compromise in one or the other. Thank you, my dear. And I beg to leave. Thank you.
Asante sana, Steve. That was very brief and straight to the point. Go ahead, engineer, and thank you for your patience, engineer.
Thank you so very much, Esther. I'm so happy about what you are doing. I had earlier on spoken, but I was really moved by the points that you highlighted. I wish the same should be repeated on several platforms. Before I go straight to my points, let me highlight one or two of the issues that you raised for the benefit of those who did not hear them or they were not around. You highlighted something that really moved me about this movement. You said that this movement, just as any other family or any other organization, also has children or immature members who would like to either maybe instill fear among others, or maybe try to steal the limelight, or maybe try to steal the show, such things. And you also talked of individuals who of that category were imitators, who just try to imitate what others are doing and so on. It is true. This movement, just like any other movement anywhere, we have children. And whenever you are listening to anybody raising or giving his points, take note of who that individual is. Don't buy into everything. There are those who've been bought to come and sell fear, to come and maybe divide us, to come and maybe give wrong direction to this movement. You said it very well. I can't do it better than you did. I know you should escalate the same to other platforms, Esther. Well done. Now, let's go straight to what I wanted to say. I want to highlight one of our main achievements that so many people have not noted. Our biggest achievement as a movement, we have now captured the position of official opposition in this country. I can tell you, as we speak, right now, this movement has power, has a voice, has ability to speak for this nation as the official opposition to counter the wrongdoings of this administration. For that, I can tell you for sure that it is one of our greatest achievements, to an extent that even our official opposition leader has decided to join hands with the government so that they can save themselves. What are they trying to save themselves from? From the power that we have acquired. It is so clear to them that if we are going to continue with the momentum that we have already gotten so far, it is clear that they are going to lose whatever they have been holding on, the power that they have been sharing amongst themselves for so long. The Gen Zs and the millennials and these other age groups have serious numbers. More so, the millennials and the Gen Zs, their numbers alone, through the ballot or through any popular uprising, can take power anytime. It is just that we are still giving them time to change their ways. But we have the numbers. I think I have highlighted our main achievement. That should not be lost or undermined. And how did we achieve that much? To a level that even the presidency or the government can now do things according to what we request them to do or demand from them. How did we achieve that? We achieved so through a united front online. We did so through online mobilization, and afterwards we went to the streets. Now, if we want to maintain our official opposition as position as we have achieved, we should not lose the tact that we used to achieve the same. And there is a speaker who said, I think it was Luther. He talked of making sure that we don't lose the grounds that we have already acquired so far. Let's make sure that our online platforms continue being active, strong, and speaking one language. And if there is any individual who is going against the grain or who is trying to go against the movement, let's have mass unfollowing of such individual. We can have a campaign if we discover that so and so is going against our wishes or against the movement's agendas. We can call for mass unfollowing so that that guy remains just as he is. Because in any movement, once we are united, they will not beat us. Secondly, after we've done it well online, we have achieved it online in a game that they cannot play with us. They are used to their old games of maybe moving on their vehicles and maybe rallies also, which they have started doing again. Let's maintain our pace online and make sure that we silence them online. I'm a software engineer, and those other professionals who are around, maybe you are an IT expert. If somebody is trying to play games with his account, I'm not advocating for any wrongdoing, but you can hack his account and start speaking for him because he has lost power to speak through his account. Secondly, in our areas, let's now decentralize this movement. Let's have small WhatsApp groups in our areas. Maybe I don't know how we will do it, but we can have now individual numbers. If maybe you are in Nairobi or Kisumu or elsewhere, we share contacts, maybe even through DMs. We get location and then we form WhatsApp groups in areas so that if there is a meeting coming to an area like the one that now is scheduled for Homa Bay and Ugenya, I here to celebrate.
0 seconds, engineer.
Sorry?
0 seconds to go.
Okay. Thank you, Esther. Let me try to wind up. Like the meetings that are scheduled for Homa Bay and Siaya, if we have these groups, we can have our members who can silence these people so that we maintain the momentum of Salimia, silence, and monitor. Lastly, let's poke holes in whatever they're doing which is not right. For example, they have nominated the CS in the name of fulfilling our wish. It is not true that we requested for corrupt CSs, former politicians who have been corrupt for so long, to be nominated. It is not true that we requested for non-professionals to occupy CS positions. It is not true that we requested for politicians. So let's poke holes of things that they are doing that are not right. Secondly, they have claimed that the finance bill was brought down. Yes, it was brought down, but there are things that are being salvaged. Let's poke holes in them. Like I hear the First Lady's packages has been worked on. There is that roads maintenance levy that has been salvaged. There are so many things that they are doing that we should continue poking holes into them through our social media accounts. I will say much in other platforms, Esther. Thank you so much for what you're doing. May the Lord continue facilitating you. Good name.
Asante sana, engineer. That was very powerful. I am sure you're going to get a chance once more because we have also others who need to speak. But your points are very brilliant. So chills there. I'm sure you're going to get another opportunity. All right. I said we need to just raise our hands so that we can be orderly. Sometimes someone can be in and then it happens, you have an event, or maybe you are taking your nap and then you forget that you are a speaker, and then it becomes hard for me to wake you up through this virtual space. Let's have Jim, and then next will be Western. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you very much for this space. And I just want to remind you guys the importance of our cause and what we stand for. We are moving in one direction, in one voice that Ruto must go. No one said it's going to be easy. It may take days, weeks, or even months because we both know that evolution doesn't happen in days. So I know it's going to be very difficult, but we need to keep pushing. And how are we going to do this? First, we need to bring back the energy. Look at the timeline. People are demoralized. Watu ni kama wameanza kuchoka. Most of the Gen Zs are heartbroken right now, even including me. The only problem with us is that we give up so easily. And that's why, maybe I can say, that's why Ruto maybe barely got into our minds. Alitumia ile tactic ya uzazi because most of us, most of all, hata niseme tu all of the Gen Z, Ruto is like a dad to us, so anajua kitu zetu, anajua vile tunaweza kuwa tunafikiria, knows exactly what a parent could do to show that yeye ndo kusema. In this case, for example, nikichukua example ya Murkomen was the most hated CS by the youths. So what Ruto did, alireshuffle him from the previous role na akamweka to represent us in youth, your affairs in sports, years of sports. Hapo it hit so many people. He hit as well it hurt most. Hiyo ikaudhi watu wengi sana. He managed to damage us psychologically and hurt us both emotionally and mentally. Right now, to be honest, hata nikiangalia kwa space, the millennials are the one keeping this movement alive. But we need to bring back our Gen Z's brothers and sisters of both. We have the numbers. We are the 70%. Sisi ndio wengi. Millennials, yes, for now, they are keeping the movement alive. But we need to bring the Gen Z. And how are we going to do this? One, we need to stick to one hashtag, like the Nane hashtag. From now henceforth, what's your Nane hashtag? Let it be the main hashtag. What's it going to be? The millions ya zile reject finance bill iligonga, ilete hiyo momentum, tuanze hapa Twitter nane spread TikTok immediately, itaenda WhatsApp, Facebook na hizo social media platforms zingine. Let's nane be the main hashtag. It will embrace and bring back the energy that is fading and bring back the numbers. Secondly, we need to stop sanitizing the likes of Babu Owino and Okiya Mtata. Hiyo imefanya watu wengi waka back down because at the beginning we were tribeless, leaderless, partless, but somehow now we are bringing Babu Owino on board. Being leaderless guaranteed us that no one is going to benefit from the movement. We are doing it for the good of all Kenyans and especially for our future. Then thirdly, we need to remind people of our cause. We needed accountability and good governance. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa main cause. Hiyo ndio ilifanya hii movement. We are in this position as a country because of bad governance. The system works against us. Right now, the government has the money to pay crowds to attend hiyo yenye rais ameanza, but they don't have money to pay teachers. They have money to pay influencers to push their useless hashtags, but our roads are poor. Huku mtaani huku barabara ni mbaya kabisa, but wako na hiyo pesa ya kulipa watu wao maguns wa interfere our peaceful protest. Look at education sector, wame double, sijui ni mara ngapi ya school fees imepanda, imeenda juu kabisa. Wanataka sisi tuwafund, they are overtaxing us. So issue yetu ni moja, we needed accountability. Hii issue ya sijui creating a political party, hiyo ina demoralize watu kabisa. Hata
0
mimi
seconds.
ukiangalia, thank you, I'm finalizing. Hata tukiangalia kwa streets watu wameanza kuchoka. Why? Because tunaanza imanze kuvya, we need leaders, we need political party. We're not here because of politics. We need good governance. Okay, and that's what we're here, and I want to give you time and speak out. Thank you.
Asante sana, Jim. I know you have struggled a lot because we can hear background, but you like, I have to give what I have to give. So we appreciate for your struggle, and I am sure next time you listen to all your points very keenly, but we have heard it that this overtaxation is so much, and we are not ready for this journey as a Kenya, though we do not mean we are not ready to pay taxes. Western, you're the next, and then we will have Steve. Go ahead, Western.
Thank you so much, Esther. I salute all the participants on this forum. One, I wish to say that nation building is a very fragile exercise. It's a very delicate exercise. But in our context, and it's not just unique to Kenya, many nation states, even the so-called advanced democracies in the US, Western democracies, and beyond, they grab leaders, which in our case, we don't have. We don't. Such that this government that Ruto is planning to form could be government of national unity, a coalition government, whatever it is. Well, many countries have experimented with that. That's when there is an impasse, there is a stalemate. And in the case of South Africa, when they held elections the other day, there was no outright winner. So government. But if you go to the South African constitution, there's no provision for that kind of government. But I've not read anywhere where somebody's gone to court to challenge that government. There's nobody. Why? Because there are morals, there are values that societies uphold beyond the constitution. The constitution cannot provide for everything. So in our context, we perennially go to court and seek interpretation and challenge things because of entrenched bad manners and impunity. What Ruto is doing is not a government of national unity because it's not going to aggregate the challenges act, and that's what sets it apart, such that even the opposition people themselves, so-called opposition in quotes, they're not courageous enough to own up to their own cowardice. You come across somebody who is too cowardly even to be a coward. You want to be in the opposition and at the same time you want to be in the government. That kind of culture is unique to our society. And that's what sets us apart. And the constitution, the courts will not address that. This is about a flawed character of the nation state, which emanates from the flawed character of the various political actors we have had over the years. That's the problem we face here. Such that here we're talking about Ruto must go. Well, Ruto, I can see, hashtag, that is the name of a sitting president in Kenya. But elsewhere, when you say Raila Odinga is an enabler of tyranny, of corruption, of social injustice, you are told you're obsessed. What do you mean by you're obsessed? I mean, injustice has got a face. Tyranny has got like Singapore. It has got a face. Lin Kuan Yew. If you're talking about the US, they have got their own founding fathers, George Washington, and they are there, they are faces. If you're talking about the European Holocaust, it has got a face, Hitler. You can't talk about the European Holocaust without putting a face to it. So why do we have holy cows? Those are no-go areas. I mean, that kind of mindset will not take us forward. We have to disassociate ourselves from the politics of affection. What you saw Ruto practicing at the coast region will practice in Western, in Nyanza. That is politics of affection. You whip up emotion so that logic, common sense takes a back seat or takes a walk, and people momentarily are hysterical. Well, you're just playing games around them. So we cannot fault a system that has condemned us to poverty, to inequalities, to violence, to underdevelopment, to disease, and at the same time betray the very, very qualities, the very, very traits, attributes that they have exhibited over the years. We must be different from them. And one of the things that must distinguish us is to be acceptable to dissent, to alternative views. So spiritually, they're expressing themselves economically, they're expressing themselves politically, culturally. Let 1,000 flowers bloom. But let us not come to these forums and hold forte for some people. There are no holy cows. The moment we realize that there are no binaries in our politics, as I conclude, last elections, there was this false, phony binary. There was a dichotomy between thieves, corrupt elements, and liberators. You know, we're seated now, where we're standing now. Can you tell the distinction, whether there was such a distinction? So we must desist from binaries. We tend to be obsessed with the binaries. If this political actor is bad, I'm looking for the other one who is good. If this one is good, I want to look for the other one who is bad. If you're opposed to William Ruto, you must be a Raila Odinga apologist, and vice versa. We're saying no. Gen Z and the other like-minded people in this mass uprising, they're saying that mindset, go forward, cherish values, norms, rule of law, constitutionalism, inclusivity, which brings every other Kenyan on board, as opposed to only the elite. But at the same time, we stigmatize and shame people who have put us where we are, and they insist on putting us where we are. We should not be ashamed of naming them. If you don't name a problem, how will you address it? If you don't name enablers of tyranny, whether they masquerade as opposition leaders, or as civil society practitioners, or as the intelligentsia, or as the media, how are you going to solve your problems? If you have got holy cows, you will not. You become complicit in your own dire situation, in your own predicament. Viva.
Will
In short, I'm here to say that tumedanganywa kuhusu kila kitu. Juu tunakuja hapa hivi tunasema rogue police, so wanafaa kuwa we need police reforms. Others are suggesting we have corrupt members of parliament, so they need to be recalled Wengine wanasema oh, now go for the president, impeach him. Wengine wanasema oh, the EACC should be given more powers to prosecute corrupt people, but hizo zote nataka tu kusema all these are just symptoms of the bigger problem that we are facing right now. Juu hata EACC tukisema ipewe more powers, how dumb are we that we can allow the government to investigate itself? Yani EACC inaenda kuinvestigate